On the raglan road of an autumn day, I saw her first and knew that her dark hair would weave a snare that I might one day rule. I saw the dangers and I passed along the enchanted way, and I said, let grief be a fallen leaf at the dawning of the day. On Grafton Street in November, I stepped lightly along the ledge, a deep ravine where can be seen the worth of passion's pledge. The Queen of Hearts still making tarts, and I not making hay. For I love too much, and by such and such is happiness thrown away. I gave her gifts of the mind, I gave her the secret sign that's known to the artists who have known true gods of sound and stone, and word and tint without stint. I gave her poems to say, with her own name there, and her own dark hair, like clouds over fields of hay. On the quiet street where no ghosts meet, I saw her standing there. He walked away so hurriedly, my reason must allow that I have loved not as I should, a creature made of clay. The angel was the clay, his wings he'll lose at the dawning of the day. let the whole light of hope see the light. See the light of heaven. Let the whole light of hope see the light. See the light of heaven. I give thee all I can, no more, no more. Down my heart and to all the store that I can give to thee. A lute whose gentle song reveals the soul of the world, and better for a heart that feels much more than lute can tell. Though love and song may fail, alas, to keep life's clouds away, at least make the light pass or down if they stay. And even if care and moments fling discord o'er life's happy strain, all let love but gently touch the strings. Oh, be sweet again. Oh, let love but gently touch the strings. Oh, be sweet. Greetings, friends. How are you doing? How are you doing? Let love but gently touch the strings, just as I was singing it. The ST, I always knew the string was significant. It's all about the letters chosen to represent the idea represent in the reality, I guess. So yeah, strings is the ST. So it just occurred to me. I knew that my heart and lute would just keep giving. It's so encoded. It's a sort of a final offering in a sense. If we can make sense of this, I think then you're well on the path. I think this is the general me myself. This is the general gist of it all, and that's making a way through. I say the most important books now, and I say making our way through at a certain basic, not a fundamental level. I would say, beyond all of the different um, esoteric stuff associated with Alice in Wonderland. When you cut through it all, not that I even went through it, goes down a different pathway, flat Earth pathway, different context to everything. Well, this is what we're sort of not ultimately left with, but close to ultimately left with, which is Alice's most memorable experience, which is with the White Knight from Alice in Wonderland. Alice through Looking Glass. It's just before Alice received her crown. And if we take it in a different context, these two books are the two most significant books in history, book for book. The Bible, works of Shakespeare, Alice in Wonderland, the three most translated books earthwide. To a certain point, now when you're dealing with recent times where the ability to mass publish is freely available, well, books like Harry Potter would beat it, that sort of thing. But in terms of history and in terms of most translated books earthwide, these three bodies of work will stand out in certain links anyway. I'm sure you're going to get variations. But yeah, when we take it book for book, the Bible is 66 books, the complete works of Shakespeare, in terms of all the plays. Wouldn't it be fun? Let me just look that up quickly. If it was 33, someone's ass is going to get kicked. How many plays did Shakespeare write? I think his most important play is The Tempest. But how many plays did Shakespeare write? What do you reckon? Anyone listening? What do you reckon? So again, with the different context, I hold that all of the works were offered by the same hand, the same mind, the same power in play, within this experience we're having, which is only little experience, I think, in the greater, the depths of our existence, our true natures, etc. But what do you reckon? The complete works of Shakespeare, 66 books in the Bible. Complete works of Shakespeare. I'm going to say, I think 33 is too much because I read them all. So I'm going to say, I should look this up as well. I'm going to say 24 would be even better than 33 now. So I'm going to say either 22 or 24 plays. There's plays. I know there's lots of other works as well. But the idea being as well, what's your own answer in chat? I'm going to say 24. Now I'm going to go away from 33, so 24. That seems more reasonable to me. More educated guess, if you want, because I read each and every one of them. And so I'm going to say 24, or 22 would be my secondary guess. 33 way up. But yeah, when we take it in this differing context, well, then Alice in Wonderland, because I mentioned the top three most translated bodies of work earthwide, it's been most exposed to. Every hotel has a Bible, right? Bible is a number one best-selling book in history. Well, it's been made that way. It's been made available to everyone. It's been sold at almost every hand's turn, especially when you're younger. I guess, speaking for people in Ireland here, where Catholicism, Christianity is foisted upon you. I don't mean any disrespect or anything, but these are the settings we were brought up in. And yeah, the book is certainly prominent. Although I don't ever remember the Bible in the house. I don't ever remember any talk about it or anything like that. It was a sort of a duty you had to go through just because, go to mass and that sort of thing. And it's no wonder then that I soon fell out of going to mass when you came of age, 18 or whatever. Now I look at it all in a different manner. But to think of it in just a different context. So I don't think anyone else is. It doesn't. If they are, I don't know about it. But there's nothing new under Aristarchus. These are offerings presented to the curious mind, the investigator, the searcher, the seeker. And if you follow the clues, maybe you can get places. So with that in mind, flat earthers I'm speaking to as well. Although what is Earth? Flat is an adjective. So when you tell someone the Earth is flat, I said, fair enough. All the best you can say is the surface, right? But what Earth actually is something different. And isn't it funny? What's in a word? Well, Earth is the place we live, but Earth is also the soil. Soil, if you read the word, Soil. So I'm Sol, Sol, I Sol. So the connection being made between the soil and the sun, and well, us ourselves, Son of Man, right? So where does that lead back? Well, to one place, Tree of Life, Aristarchus, a righteous star, uh, Christ's aura, Christ's gold sun. So these are the connections. But yeah, this is what Alice in Wonderland is ultimately about. And ultimately, we're led to. I'm pointing. I guess I'm pointing here to the avatar picture of the dodo. But yeah, once you get to a certain point, you came across the discarded chapter, which was to slot in just right after Alice met the White Knight. So that gives it greater significance again. And if we remember back, which very few of you will, I'm talking to myself mostly, but yeah, um, yeah, a riddle was offered up by the White Queen to Alice before she was to receive her crown. So Alice was a pawn. Alice, all of us in Underland. And this is key here, that everything is upside down, including our heads. If you imagine going through the North Center and coming out on an Earth, a full bubble, the other side, then you would have to say that we're upside down in relation to what? Normality. This is the only normal we know. So I think that's very important as well, and especially when it comes to our heads. Look at our head. If you look at your chin and how it fits almost perfectly into that hollow between your shoulders here, right? If you think of it like that, well, if you think of everything being upside down, and if you also think of our divided state, male from female, so we got two brains which are folded out like a seed breaking out, right? And everything stems from it. We have the brain stem, but it's only half a stem, right? Because we're divided. From our female or male counterpart, depending on your gender. Male is the solidity, the female is the space. This is what the genitalia are all about. One is pulled from, remember, both are pulled from the one. But as I talked about the last time, it's in a twisting fashion. So twist the pole and pull a strip from it. How will that work out? So the spiraling fashion, the spiraling nature of our reality has always puzzled and wondered the greatest of minds. But here's the great thing, not the great thing, is just the differing thing about this is everything is considered in a different context. Now we find ourselves in a different universe. What's beyond the vacuum of space that we know can't exist? That's a different question. You can decide to just stay still on flat Earth. So this is it, and this isn't it. So the spinning ball Earth isn't it. Flat Earth is it. I think that's more problematic in a sense. The Earth is a spinning ball. You just have to define what Earth is. When I speak like this, I speak in terms of my own definitions. In a sense, we live on the divided surface, undersurface of the tree of life. We have it now. We have the tree at the center, at the other side, intact, right, in all of its immense span and everything that it contains. And then on this side, there used to be the tree, but it's been cut. So we live on the undersurface, in hell, if you want, in Sheol of the divided tree of life, and ultimately, yeah, we can sort of bear in mind, we can consider, I guess, dimensions, and we know that the Earth can span thousands of miles. So how high in its original natural form would the barrier have gone this side? So I said it's an 8 mile thick on each side, a big slab or whatever, a big root basis. So the roots come up on either side and go down on either side. And this side, yeah, we're cut and the barrier has collapsed to a relatively meager distance of, I said, the outer barrier here is 60 miles up, friend. That's unbelievable. If you look at the moon tonight, I asked a few people on the way home because they were taking a picture of the moon, and it's phenomenal in the sky. I said, right there. I said, does that moon look like it's 250,000 miles away? He says, no. And then I thought I'd sneak in another question. Well, do you think people in Australia, I said, there's a reason for that. Do you think people in Australia right now are upside down? And they sort of giggled and laughed and said they didn't know. But that's fair enough. But yeah, that we all recognize that that moon is not what they tell us is key and significant to all of this. But getting back to the spiraling aspect, um, well, yeah, something is moving, and that's the greater context which I place my thoughts as I'm expressing them now, and I paint my picture. And how I got onto this was via Alice in Wonderland, As She Looked in Glass. My heart and lute led love but gently touch the strings, ST, are in G string, right? It's a big capital G. What does that mean? If you look at the G and look at the theta, the 0 and the 1, right? It's an almost a sort of match, but there's a certain aspect missing. I think this is significant. But yeah, that My Heart in It was a reference from Alice Through Looking Glass, and Alice's greatest memory. So a massive clue for us. Alice is telling us this is very significant because out of all the adventures, this is the most significant moment that she remembers, and that's when My Heart in It was cited or sang. So not My Heart in It, the White Knight sang My Heart in It, and known by various other names, but the tune is known as well, and I haven't heard it. So my version of the tune there is individual. It just sort of came to me one evening, and that's the significance of it. So it ties back into Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through Looking Glass, which in this different context are the two most significant, two most clue-ridden books available to us as searchers. So how many plays did Shakespeare, and of course Shakespeare never existed. Shakespeare was a poor farmer who never bothered to teach his daughter how to, or his daughters how to read. So there's a whole sort of dodgy story attached to it. And once again, we're sort of led down this pathway. So yeah, Shakespeare didn't exist. What was really going on? Who's responsible for all of these works? And well, for me, same hands that wrote Shakespeare, same hands that wrote the Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through Looking Glass series, wrote the Bible. It's the same hidden hand, the HH, the 8-8, the H8 or the 8H throughout. And that's the hand from beyond, whatever hand is in play within all of this. That's the sort of sculpture, the mason, the chief masons, I guess, in a sense, the builders, the constructors of this realm. And it is a realm where we're venturing into what we know as materialism. And when we leave this body, our spirit is there, and it returns to where? Well, from whence it came, I guess. Unless you hold, this is another gripe I have with the Bible literalists who are so close-minded, or have had in the past, I don't anymore. But yeah, we were created at birth. Just at birth, you were brought into this world, and you have to prove yourself. Well, if that ain't so, well, there's a different story in play. And how many plays did Shakespeare write? So my guess is, well, I change it from 24 to 22. I'm going to say, see, Shakespeare, whole E, spear it. When I talk about the whole E, so you put an E and a reverse E together, whole E, spear it. So what do you spear? You spear the crossbar. Do you spear the crossbar up or down? But how about you do down for both? When you do that, then you get a H, capital H. If you want to go upwards, so to the higher aspect, well, I reconsider what is upwards now when I think about the head being natural. Anyway, everything is upside down. And this is why Alice is true. Yeah, the looking glass, where everything is inverted, your right is your left, and Alice through the rabbit hole, where everything is the other way around. Alice in Wonderland. So once again, it depends on where we're coming from. It depends on the context we place everything within. The new context, I guess, this is what flat earth, this is what the fucking internet allows, excuse my language, this is what the internet allows. This is what this access to greater learning, which has its pitfalls, of course, but yeah, this is what indeed it does allow. And if you want to think that it makes no difference, well, imagine your pathway here without such access, such technology to allow you to make, well, certain connections. Once you get beyond a certain point, you realize that the connections are there for you to make, to be made. The connections are put there for you to make you the individual. So there's always a deeper story, different layer, like the onion, right? Like the onion, and Well, yeah, where is the 0 point? How many layers are there ultimately? How many plays did Shakespeare write? Fuck it now. So I'm thinking, I'm going to say 22 because Shakespeare and Holy Spirit was 2 and 2. I'm going to do that because Dodo as well, right? So Dodo is the divided state. I'm going to say 22. And I enjoyed them all when I read them. Let's go back maybe not too long ago, actually. Well, over the course of many years, but I mean, no, not over the course of many years. I sat down for a specific amount of time, read them all again. I would say like 15 years ago. I'm 48 now, so you know, that's 33, right? But that's 15 years ago. It was 2005 when my sister Suzanne got married in Italy, and I had read them all by that stage. So I was in the space of a relatively short time. But yeah, fucking hell, I'm going to say 22. That's my final guess. Be happy if it was. It doesn't matter what. There's a certain answer to it. And let me just a certain answer, but there has to be a certain sense to it as well because, well, yeah, everything comes back to number ultimately, and the word is a sort of an expression of the number. So the numbers have to make sense. If Shakespeare's invented the character, then the number of plays that Shakespeare was said to have written, or you know, is attributed to Shakespeare, very specific. There would have to be a meaning in it. If there's a greater, there's a symbolic tale being told and interwoven throughout what we consider the strands of history. So here we go. How many plays did Shakespeare? Fuck off! Okay, let me share my screen. Well, okay, share screen. Yeah. Let me share screen. Didn't even get onto the songs, I said, but I'm going to share this because I was way off, but I wasn't. But it'd be interesting now. Let me. Yeah. How many plays did Shakespeare write? So let's go into it. But the number I saw immediately was 37. So the general consensus is that Shakespeare wrote 37 plays. No one can know for certain because of the inexact documentation at the time the plays were first being organized and published. If we include the two noble kinsmen and two lost plays attributed to Shakespeare, Cardenio and Love's Labour 1, then we could say he wrote either alone or in collaboration 40 plays. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Moreover, in the last few years, many critics have begun to reassess a guy called Edward III, currently grouped with a collection of 11 other plays known as Shakespeare Apocrypha. Edward III bears striking similarities to Shakespeare's early histories. Another play, Sir Thomas More, has also been under debate and writing analysis has led scholars to believe that Shakespeare revisited parts of Sir Thomas. Well, fuck off! Fuck off out of it! Fuck off out of it! I'm having a smoke. Oh, goodness. Fucking hell. I mean, I just after talking about My Heart in Loot, Alice in Wonderland, the significance of it. Well, who wrote it? Sir Thomas More. Sir Thomas More, who was what? Beheaded. Another clue for us towards the beheaded, fell tree of life. But who wrote it? Thomas More. And how did Thomas More get beheaded? Or who was he beheaded by? Well, for treason. His objection against King Henry VIII. Henry VIII, H8. I just talked about fucking HH, the hidden hand, H8, 88, and fucking hell. And here we read this as if we're not being led into conspiracy land. Initially, I was wrong. 37 plays. Well, I read them all. I'll show you the book just to show you I'm not fucking many things. I'm not many things, but I'm not a liar. Okay, where's that book now? Hang on. Well, oh shit, I don't. I have it somewhere. I have it somewhere. I have to look there. Let me just up there. So it's called. I was just literally going to show you the cover, the complete works of Shakespeare. Everything is in it. So it must be 37 plays, but fucking hell. Now that I think back of it, how funny time is. When you think back in it, like a play is generally like 4 acts, 4 or 5 acts, just streaking into 5 acts. So on a good run, you'd have a play read in a couple of a week, maybe 3 or 4 days, on a good run. You know what I mean? That sort of thing. So 37 stretching to 40. I wonder would it stretch almost to 42? But that connection with Thomas More is amazing. Man, it's the same hand. It's the same hidden hand that is behind everything, all of the offerings. So the same hand that wrote, this is why you're led to Edward III. You're also led to someone, or some the author of Edward III. Oh, I have to delve back into my memory now, but you're also led to another. Francis Bacon is a famous one, but there's also another contributor. Philip Marlowe is another possibility put forward in relation to the true author of the work of Shakespeare. But I think none of these characters existed. None of them did. Just sort of side stories, layers within the onion, and ultimately it all comes back to the hidden hand. The Bible, and there's many different connections being made. I don't even know. I'm a shit researcher. I really am. I just noticed in my brain somewhere. I noticed so much to go into. You could go into one specific area, but at the end of it, who are you trying to convince? If the truth is already known, well, then you can just follow the clues and take it at a sort of a superficial level, a simple level, if you want. And for me in my brain, I settle that the same hand that wrote the works of Shakespeare, wrote the Bible, wrote works of Alice in Wonderland, responsible for the works of the Beatles, it's all of this sort of stuff, all throughout history. It's the same hidden hand that's at influence. And who knows how many people are playing their part on the side of the hidden hand. Look at all of the actors in play today. You know what I mean? Who knows what people know? Who knows what the true nature of this experience, reality is? But that there are clues laid down. That's what I know. I have no affiliations to anyone. I haven't taken any secret oaths. I haven't joined any organizations. And I learn from experiences I come across, the things I consider, and understanding that there's nothing new under Aristarchus, right? I can create something new. I can create a song that never existed before, but I would be using notes that already existed. I could write a poem that never existed before, but I'd be using words or I'd be using letters that already existed and had been put together. So, there's that sort of inimitable contribution that the individual plays in all of this, but ultimately that there's a greater script in play. Well, there's no doubt about it. And Thomas More is also credited as the author of Utopia. Utopia, and well, I'm sure the word means plenty to many. But did you know it was based on a book by Thomas More? Well, so that's amazing. Now that's amazing. This is just a by the way. But 37 plays. We'll go with the official number. That's good to me. I was way off. I was close with my first one, 33. Is 37 any significance? I guess you could make a few. I guess what prime number would it be? I'm sure it's a prime. What number would be in the list? When does the first Adrian? When does 37 first appear in pi? And also, what did the digits tell us? 3 and 7 is 10. The y, the o, 1 and 0, and 3 sevens is 777. Well, that number is significant. 777. We knew well. 343 firefighters dying in 9/11. That's factors 777. So 7 times 7 times 7. The other ally in the war against terror So it's a war against. Here's the trick about it. It's a war against Terra, which is a war against Earth as is. So Earth is broken as is. So we're on a war against the broken Earth. How do we mend it? Well, understand that the barriers collapsed because the tree and all of its tributaries around all the desert areas of the Earth have been cut down, and the barriers collapsed. And well, we're going to repair it, re-inflate it. And how do you do that? Well, directed energy weapons, another reference to 9/11, and Judy Wood. Where do you find the trees? In the wood. If the wood falls in the tree, if Judy Wood falls from a tree, does Dmitry Kalizov make a sound? Dmitry Kalizov is the counterpart to Judy Wood. He talks about thermonuclear weapons, which explains the highly anomalous, strange collapse sequences perfectly. And it's also a great backstory, a great script associated with these characters. But same with Judy Wood then as well. They're analyzing the footage, taking it as real, and giving a very, very plausible, even though highly controversial, let's put it that way, explanation as to what's going on. Well, if we look beyond the superficial, these people are actors on the stage. What can we gain? Well, wood, Dmitry Wood, tree, wood, right? Dmitry Aristarchus, the divided tree of life. We live on the stump of it as it juts above the invading waters. All islands is land, all part of the same land. Yeah. So, so yeah, Judy Wood, Dmitry Kalizov, Judy Wood, and the directed energy weapons. So that's the war on terror. The other ally in the war on terror was England, and they had their own 9/11 on 7/7/2005. 2 plus 0 plus 0 plus 5 is 7, so that's in effect 777. Another code, right? So yeah, more hoaxery, more fakery. We were always meant to figure through this. Fucking obvious, you know. So what lies beyond? What's the next layer of the onion? Well, yeah, looking for all these ingrained clues, because they have to be clues. And it's when you have the answer, then all the clues will make sense, right? Because you know it's like a pyramid. It's like the higher you climb, the less you have to walk around to see more until you get to the very top, and all you have to do is turn like this. It's like at the North Pole, all you have to do is turn like this on top of the pyramid, and then see everything that you were restricted from seeing at the very base of the pyramid. And this is what the apex is about. Well, where are we coming from, though? Well, H, we're coming from the H, right? And then we go for the upper leaning as opposed to the lower leaning. The upper leaning being for Adam, A for Adam, and lower leaning, V from Eve. It's the material-immaterial divide. The thought, THOTH, versus, well, you know, if everything is divided, can I find divided aspect of my brain in my body somewhere? Well, I think so. In the gut, everything is inverted, right? Below the heart as well, like the earth heart. It's all what's in a word. Yeah, we have the seed at the top, stemming out, and then it's exploding out in a mad way. I think in a sense it's like a seed. Actually, it'd be interesting to see how a seed propagates, right? So it's that sort of idea. If you think about the male and the female brain, we're talking about the chin fitting in around the neck and the same at the back. So the two brains are down, wrapped around the central spine, and then they unfold out, and then going downwards because we're inverted, right? They should be going upwards because we're on the underside. So that's the sense that makes. Well, then everything then grows out of it. We get to the heart center, and this is why heart and earth are anagrams. But then beyond that, everything explodes, and this is why the female and the male genitalia counterpart, they're inversions of one another because everything's been pulled apart. This is why we need to make the journey upwards towards, well, what? If you haven't listened to watch the video especially, but listen to the words and watch the video in conjunction of Spaceman by The Killers. Well, do yourself a favor. Do yourself a favor, and well, I say the truth is always known. I think when we find out the truth, we'll go, okay, that was good. That was like, whew, yeah, I had no idea that. But it was sort of pale in comparison to what's really there. What's, you know what I mean? What's really in play? What our true natures are, what life is really about in relation to greater existence. So yeah, I think the truth is known by many, and well, to what extent though? That's the question. I don't know to what extent. I don't know to what extent. I told you the story before about my times about me meeting the bunch of the gaggle, the gaggle of Freemasons, and one of them being a senior level Freemason, being very interested in just the idea that the Earth might be flat and stationary. And I was shocked because I was sure, Jesus Christ, you can't get to a certain level and not be aware of that, because first of all, it's so obvious, and it's an open secret as well. Many bands and authors, etc., have been exposing it and talking about it sort of openly, just beneath the surface, going back years. So I was surprised that he didn't know. But then I decided to ask him a question, and I knew it would sort of terminate things in one way or another. I asked him, well, do you know anything about Aristarchus? And he put his head down. He put his head down, and he said, I do. And his friends called him, and I said, I have to go. They're let in on a different, but they don't know yet. They're let in on it. So why would he do that in relation to Aristarchus? First of all, Aristarchus of Samos, the historical figure, very significant, but credited with as the originator of heliocentrism. But very, as far as I'm concerned, before I came to this arena, and especially with all the chats years ago that I used to go on, none of the ballers heard of Aristarchus. I brought attention to him. Well, before Galileo, or before Copernicus, we had Aristarchus. So Copernicus was picking up at the baton, only established by Aristarchus. And I noticed that all these people were talking about Eratosthenes and all of these historical characters back to the Hellenic era. Um, but yeah, when it came to Aristarchus, no mention of it. When I brought it up, then, well, so did this Freemason knowing about Aristarchus? If he knew about it in that historical context, there'd be no reason to act like he did. So there has to be a greater reason. And for me, they have to be let in on the tree of life. I think that's, but they don't have to be let in. Again, I don't know how it works. I really don't know how it works. I don't know how it works. I don't know what they're told. I don't know. For me, if I was told something like that, I say, fair, maybe it's so overwhelming, like that it's such a contrast against the reality that you don't choose to question further or to accept the reality. But for me, where I'm at, and that wouldn't be good enough for me, I'd have to definitely know the fucking Earth was flat. If I knew that Aristarchus was a thing, well, it changes the nature of things. But anyway, that's just impressions, and it's anecdotal, I guess, in a sense. But there's plenty of truth you can garner from face-to-face sort of encounters and action sort of reaction. We all know that as well. On screen here, that just tells me that I have to pay more attention to my heart and mood. For goodness sake, not for goodness sake, I have to pay more attention to it rather than less, because of all of Sir Thomas More's works. Well, all roads point to my heart and mood, in a sense, in a big sense, because it connects with, well, Alice in Wonderland, who I say the same author, Alice in Wonderland, as you're looking at, same author of Shakespeare, same author of the Bible. It's the same hand, the same greater mind, the same greater power here. It could all be a great trick. I was thinking about that as well. In terms of the Matrix, Zion was offered to the people who woke up from the illusion, the lie. But Zion itself turns out to be a construct of within the greater mind of the machine. And it's funny enough, TT, Adrian, the Machine City, which was called a utopia, which was called a paradise, was named City 01. 01. So the ideal expression of, well, I say the material into the immaterial, and sorry, the other way around, the immaterial into the material. And well, this is what you got. This is what you get. This is what you get when you mess with us. Ah, yeah. So returning to the war on Terra, yeah, taking the place of the giant trees, the cords out has increased in frequency in preparation for repair. But yeah, taking the place of giant trees then are, well, tall steel structured towers. So what has replaced the two towers in 9/11, or sorry, in New York, the Big Apple, was one single unified tower, which is very revealing in terms of its design. But I also think it's essentially think of it like a Christmas tree. A Christmas tree is a ray gun. Now you're sending energies along sort of curved pathways upwards and upwards until eventually you got to a sort of a 0 point at the top, and then send out an energy weapon. This is what I think is happening Earthwide right now. It's happening. There's a green hue to the sky, my friend. I haven't been on Hangouts here, but I have been saying green is the color of 2020. I should have done a video on the green flash at the horizon at sunset, because I think I know what's happening with that. Right, so green being the natural color, and then we get a flash of the true light, and yeah, there's a green hue to the local sky here, and it's just a consistent nighttime hue, which is when you can make it out, I think. But yeah, it's consistent and it doesn't seem to be going away. Is it here so much tonight? You can see it. You can see it slightly, but there's not too many clouds around it. The more cloud cover to a certain point, once it gets overcast to a certain point, you can't see anything. But yeah, a certain transparency to it, you can see the green color in all its glory. I say that's it's the barrier being lifted. The ether is being sort of lifted off of us. You know, that weight on our shoulder, that gravity is being alleviated. That's good, alleviated. Yeah. So once again, this could be the Zion of the Matrix. So this could be although how are you going to hide that from the whole of reality, right? But yeah, it could be the next layer. So lots of not free, but affordable electrical energy, cars, etc. Top range computers, iPhones, all of the great technologies offered you, and then a story is spun about our true nature. It's just a protected layer, if you want, within the greater layer within the greater den of deception. That's a possibility. Always bear it in mind. Um, Always bear that in mind. Something is playing out anyway, and well, I'm tired of setting dates. I don't know. I think more so than any one specific date, although there has to be a transitional point. And now that when I think more about it, when in hindsight, these dates we've looked upon as very significant astrologically, and just how it's playing out on Earth here as well. Sirius is very significant in all of this, as is the real New Year. The real New Year's Day is April 1st. So, but everything connects. Everything is connected in an intricate fashion. Sirius is very significant because it's been so prominent in events like 9/11, media symbolic victory, offering Princess Diana affair where at the very moment Princess Diana was getting killed underneath the tunnel of the Alma bridge. While Sirius was seen to be rising from that viewing position from the bridge down the Champs Elysees through the Arc de Triomphe. So Sirius rising, and there's a big connection between Isis and Diana as well in that greater symbolic sense. What is Isis? That's the question, isn't it? What is male and female together? IS is a divided state, and the other ISIS is the divine imagination. I heard it described somewhere. It is the divine us, the greater culmination, right? Why do we leave here? Why do I don't know who's to say why do we experience come to experience division? Maybe it's just another page in the greater tome of existence. As you flick through the pages, I was pissed off when I was a newt that time, and just some frog that I didn't get a chance in life. I didn't get to experience what the real extent of being a newt could be. I just felt that I was springing into my own when suddenly I got fucking mauled by a frog, and that was the end of that. So maybe I'll go back and do that again. That's on a different page later on. And that's just in terms of earthly consideration, what the brain knows in terms of material life. So not to mind the possibilities, well, which are the greater possibilities, right? If everything stems from the mind of God and its interaction, then, well, yeah, what are the limitations of the mind? That's Pandora's box for you opened up. Yeah, that's mad, isn't it? All that time on just one consideration, but look, it's on screen here, and ah, so yeah, let me read through them actually, just out of interest. Uh, I'll tell you if I haven't read any of them, and I've said I've read all of them. So the comedies, All's Well That Ends Well, As You Like It, Cymbeline, The Comedy of Errors, Love's Labour's Lost, Measure for Measure, The Merchant of Venice, The Merry Wives of Windsor, A Midsummer's Night Dream, Much Ado About Nothing, Pericles, The Taming of the Shrew, The Tempest, Troilus and Cressida, The Two Gentlemen of Verona, Twelfth Night, and The Winter's Tale. Tragedies, Antony and Cleopatra. So I have a memory. There is nothing left. I had a bit of a song about that. There's nothing left remarkable underneath the visiting moon. We get the key right. There's nothing left remarkable underneath the visiting moon. That's the speech of Cleopatra after she just saw her love. I think I paraphrase that a little bit in the song. As she just saw her love Antony, and Brutus and King, not King Lear, Julius Caesar fame. So that Antony, yes, that Antony, and I think, as my memory serves correctly, Cleopatra had a sort of a love affair between the two. Although this was based after Caesar was killed, as far as I remember. But Cleopatra had a little, a little finger in both pies. But no, yeah, that's very sad. Stuff like that brings tears to your eyes. Of course it does. It wells up the emotions. And back then, yeah, Cleopatra's sadness and despair at the loss of her love was overwhelming, and that's the quote that I remember. And there's nothing left remarkable. How poignant it is, right? There's nothing left remarkable beneath the visiting moon. So, what's that? That's an interesting name here on screen. Coriolanus. Coriolanus. There's no such thing as Coriolanus. I reckon that's a sort of mismatch, a gathering of words. Is Coriolis effect. You can shove your Coriolis effect up your anus. How about that? Coriolanus. Yeah, I remember. I can't bring to mind that, but Hamlet I can of course bring to mind. and the most famous speech, and it even connects. We're left. If, oh, okay. I don't have any script or anything at all prepared when I usually come on. There's no point, like, but everything connects in a way. So I say because the same hands are behind both bodies of work, are we left with a sort of a parting question, which can connect both? And I say we are. Well, in Hamlet, we find the to be or not to be question. That is the question. I think I'll learn that. Let me go as far as I can out of memory. To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune or by opposing end them. So it's like a contemplation on life and death and all the struggles, turmoils, exertions, heartbreaks in life are worth it because, well, what lies beyond? The conclusion is, well, let me read it. I'm going to read to be or not to be speech. I shouldn't do this now because, it's not that I shouldn't do it, but it's just, I might end up talking about it for ages because of things that might occur to me, you know what I mean? Okay, let me just go for the speech. Okay, it's a long one as well. This is just very short, so it goes on for a good bit, so I'm going to read it anyway. Okay, here we go. You have it on the screen, I hope. Let me just go to YouTube. Yeah, you have it on screen. So that's good. Okay, let me. So, my friends, great. What I'll do is I'll give you a context for it as well, like I did the last time when I told you about the legend of the Wood of the Cross, and how the connection was made from the very origins, the very beginnings to the very end, and that sort of unity, division, reunification theme, exegesis, as the flat water flat earth called it, or not he called it, it's a term, right? But yeah, how that connection is made through the scripture, through the narrative. Again, it's a game of clues, and bear Aristarchus in mind beforehand, and then you, the listener, well, what might occur and what connection might be made to you. Again, I'm not pulling Aristarchus out of my Aristarchus. No, I came to that conclusion by following a certain pathway. And once again, context is everything, and we're led down that path, and flat Earth and the moon itself, our greatest clue, and the moon is the greatest blueprint in existence. If you can unravel it, it's like a hall of mirrors, right? Yeah, we have one thing being reflected, and it's just expressing in this myriad of ways. I talked about the yo-yo and how zero. Okay, let me go through this briefly. So pi being the number of God according to Carl Sagan. So pi in my thinking is representation of everything, which is the circle, right? Ultimately coming into being out of the nothing, but which is the 0 point at the center of zero dimension, but ultimately expressed via the line, a point to point. Any point to point will make a line, right? So if we think in terms of a yo-yo, and I've thought about this years ago in terms of, look, if the Earth is still and the sky moves in the sense, and we have a singular source of sky, well, then everything we're told about Earth's movements can be attributed to the source itself of all the skylights, which Earth's movements are based or pretendingly based upon. So I was thinking about this. I thought about a giant whirlpool, an island in the center, a rotating island, and reflections off the barrier itself. Now, when I think about pi, along similar lines, if we have Aristarchus as that 0 point that expresses all, right? Well, how does it express? So if you think of a yo-yo, the center point around your finger, this is the central pivot point, and if you just spring the yo-yo down and up, right, that gives you a line. So from the one extent to the other, that's a specific line. Now, if you twist your finger and do the same motion, the down and up motion, but your finger is twisted as well, well, then you'll have this sort of motion as you go around in a circle, right? Slow it down and see, it's not difficult to imagine. Now, to introduce a third motion, right? This is the finger, first of all, the finger, which is representing the 0 point. So then, we have the down and up motion, twisting motion, and then the directional motion in this way. So we have all of that going on at the same time. And this is what I think is the ultimate expression. Pi is 4 according to Miles Mathis, and pi is an ideal sort of representation when you draw a circle and a line from a center point out on a static screen, right? You're representing a mathematical ideal. When it comes to reality, well, pi is always in motion. And circular motion. This is where the spiral and pi. Oh, come on, TT, Adrian, spiral. There's S pi, RAL. Remember I was talking about A and B earlier on in relation to the H? Well, so we have the H. Heliocentrism, which is given to us by Aristarchus and Samos, takes the root downwards. When you bring the two crossbars together and bring the two uprights together and go down with the crossbar, like with the whole E, right? When you go down the crossbar, you get the L at the bottom. So the whole E is on either side. There's the capability. You have this constituency to you. And ultimately, look, it comes back to how that represents ourselves. We have the immaterial center, which is the brain center, the material center, which is the God, and the genitalia, in the heart of the God, right up there in the middle. And then we have the heart center, the bridge between the two. This is why we're a broken heart. Your heart is separate. This is why the heart is so predominant. Look at the heart as well. It's 2 2s, right? We don't have the bottom line, right? But well, you do. Actually, you do. It's 2 2s. Well, you do. Well, in some cases you don't, but some cases you do. So that's the heart, because we're divided in 2. So yeah. And that reminds me of a character called Stephen. Controversial character back in the early days, Pancho Pete channel and beyond. But he suddenly whipped out, I remember her name as well. He was talking away, a great mind. He's just a controversial character. He used to go around topless. He was like one of these hillbillies who lived in a caravan outside some sort of NASA facility or other. And he took the camera out and everything. So he was living right there, right? So, whatever his story was, ultimately, he was a master of yo-yos. He used design and build yo-yos. But his story soon unraveled in the sense that one night he came on, and this young girl sat in his knee, and everything was great. We were just chatting away, and their names was Samantha. But it turns out, and he didn't know the story, who she was. She could have been his daughter, could have been anything. His girlfriend, but she could have been any age as well. She looked a bit young, but it turns out she was 14. And there he was, topless, big dirty fucking man, like, and there's a 14-year-old there who he's doing what he's doing, but he's involving in the general conversation as well. And lots of different reports and complaints went in. If you want, you can press the report button about that, and rightly so. Now I say that he was an actor. He was an actor there to stir controversy. That's what Antonius Subirats, Patricia Steer, that controversy is all about. The current controversy between Anthony Riley and crew, Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser and crew, and Bob Globa. It's all bollocks, friends. What the fuck? It's all bollocks. All of it. Now, even though Bob is on the right side, Anthony Riley, all there is what do you call it? Density and variance in density and how everything settles out. No, man, that's obviously a part of reality, but something has replaced. These people won't answer any of these questions. What has replaced the vacuum of space? What is the nature of this necessary container you say must exist? And we agree, there has to be a container. What is it containing from? Doesn't matter. So in their considerations, everything is there the way it is, just and naturally. No, it doesn't wash, does it? So again, these people adhere to positions they have sort of almost entered the scene with. And they won't consider anything outside of that. Bob from Globebusters, if you think about it, when enlightened humanity looks back on this era, These people would be front and center, and we almost put up on pedestals as heroes because they were fighting the fight against the behemoth, the juggernaut that was or that is the mainstream body of science. Backed by giants of science. I said I must write a song about the giants of science, but just with that title anyway. But yeah, that's what you're up against, and these people hung in there, hung tough, and yeah, this is what they presented. But of course, when we look at what they are actually presenting, Bob is telling us about 9/11 that Judy Wood is the ultimate explanation. And he did the impossible and went from understanding that you're looking at fabricated images, pre-prepared images. No movie is ever presented without a test audience. That test audience was a prison audience, would you believe? 1 year before, at least in one particular place anyway, 1 year before 9/11. And one particular guy, oh, I know that, one particular guy was into his counselor after he was released from prison. And 9/11 happened, and then suddenly he went around telling everyone that he experienced 9/11 a year before. He told his counselor this, and he told her the complete story. He was in a prison, and they were offered a day out to participate in something or other, and they all didn't care what it was. They happened to be out, and they were all taken to in a bus, taken to an establishment. They didn't know where, but when they entered the building, they were just put into a room, offered tea and chairs, and there was a television there. And while they were eating cakes and watching TV, suddenly 9/11 occurred. So what we saw from the moment your TV screen was overtaken, and he swore by this to his counselor, that he saw it exactly expire as we saw it on our own TV screen. Ultimately, it was a 102-minute movie presented, but no one, of course, believed him, and neither did his counselor believe him, because how could it happen? How I know about this on one of the conspiracy forums, above Top Secret years ago, when I found out about 9/11 was a hoax, I started trying to spread the word. I looked into media fakery and all this, which was a very dirty word back then, and it still is. So many flat earthers, talk about 9/11 media fakery. Yeah, many flat earthers, talk about the fucking Earth not being a spin ball is given till the cows come home. That's your clue, right? And that may get me on to the speech here in a second. But just to finish off on the point, yeah, the person how I know this, because this contributor came on the thread and said that they're nothing about 9/11 media figure, but they had this story to tell. And how I know that's true, because that person had no vested interest, no interest at all in what I was generally saying, but relating a story which, had a connection, but in a different sense. It didn't have a connection to the thread itself. So yeah, no movie is presented without a test audience first. And yeah, all of these things come into play. You know what I mean? Now, do you have to know all the stuff that I know? I don't think so. Not that I know. You have to go down the path that I have gone down. To some degree, maybe you do. You certainly have to ask questions, and you certainly have to have a context for everything. So context offered again, all along the path, all the different layers catered for, because the script is written from the outset. When you find the end, there you will find the beginning is one of the 114 secret sayings of Jesus in the Gospel of Thomas. I can sort of get that. Time is an illusion. It's all an illusion. It's all in the mind, in a sense. That's what the Killers and Spaceman wrote. But interesting, yeah, Adrian, pie and spiral. So the moving pie, you see the S downwards, the downward spiral. So you're looking at an S in a sort of a two-dimensional sense when you see it on the screen, but think about it in a moving sense. Think of something different. This is what the 8 is as well in a moving sense. Everything, another Gospel of Thomas, go to everything is agitation or stillness. Cheers. Okay. To be or not to be, that is the question. To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against the sea of troubles. No, I missed that part, so I got the first 3 lines. Or to take arms against the sea of troubles, and by opposing end them. To die, to sleep, no more. And by sleep, to say we end the heartache and the thousand natural shocks that flesh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished, to die, to sleep, perchance a dream, aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come, when we have shuffled off this mortal coil, must give us pause. That's the respect that makes calamity of so long life. For who would bear the whips and scorns of time, though posers whip wrong, the proud man's so the language is a little bit difficult, and my reading, contumely. That contumely, I never heard that word. Contumely. I think I saw a sort of a spelling error anyway, but maybe contumely, okay. The pangs of deprived love, the laws delay, the insolence of office, and the spurns that patient merit of the unworthy takes, when he himself might his quietus make with a bare bodkin. Who would fardels bear to grunt and swear under a weary life, but that the dread of something after death, the undiscovered country, from whose bourne no traveller returns, puzzles the will, makes us rather bear those ills we have, and fly to others that we know not of. Thus conscience thus make cowards of us all, and thus the native hue of resolution is sickled o'er with the pale cast of thought, an enterprise of great pitch and moment, with disregard their currents turn awry, and lose the name of action. Ooh, that's interesting. That's interesting, man. Yeah, shit. It reminds me. Let me think. It reminds me so much of well, just in the last few lines. Um, There cometh a tide in the affairs of men, which taken at the flood leads unto fortune. Omitted all the voyages of life are bound in misery and despair. On such a full sea are we now afloat, and we must take the ventures as it serves, or lose our fortune. Oh, yeah, but that's very interesting, isn't it? So to bear all of these worldly woes or to escape, and it makes cowards of us all. And that's what I've thought of for long, say it openly. Anyone who commits suicide, they're the bravest of anybody to take your own life. That's the ultimate. That's the ultimate. There is an innate sort of dissatisfaction with life. And I think that goes back to understanding that it's not all there is. We're coming from somewhere else and we're in this relatively miserable state and well, some people take that take that leap, don't they? And well, I reckon if you haven't considered taking that leap, or to whatever extent, or contemplated suicide, you're not normal to me. I don't, I don't mean that in any disregard. I know there's probably tons of people who, yeah, who that would be an abhorrent sentence or statement to make. But I don't know. I don't know. Ultimately, this divided state, so everything connecting the B and the backwards B. What do you see? B. Can we stop sharing? Or, yeah, stop sharing that. Yeah, the B and the reverse B together. What do you see? If you read it from the left, or if you read it from the right, what do you see? Say what you see. So I reckon that connects with the Bible, is the riddle we're left with, and I read it the last time, which is the number of man, the number of the beast, and how we can equate the two, and how you calculate the two. And once we get to a certain layer, then it turns out 666 isn't the number of the beast. It's more likely to be 616, as sort of lost in translation. Nothing is lost in translation. Everything is just a subsequent clue for us. So when we think of 818, to be or not to be, which is the E as well, right? So we think of the E and the connected aspects, right? Right. So to be or not to be. When we go for the lower bias, we well have this, and then when we go for the upper bias, we have the reverse way, and then and that's 1 is 919. Here we are in the midst of COVID-19, 19 years after 9/11, 2001, when 2 became 1 again. Excuse me, 9/11, or 11/9 as we call it here, went to 1/9, 19, which is the 8th prime number. Get a 0, twist an 8, or twist it once, you get an 8. Let's get about the triskelion earlier on, which is the shamrock is also a representation of sort of national emblem of Ireland. The triskelion is a national representation of the Isle of Man, and very similar, lots of trees in there. But so yeah, if you get a rubber, just think about it in terms of a rubber band, how you get an 8, and then how you would get 3. What would you call it? Equisized circles, divisions of the 8. You just so you get an elastic band, but just pull the. I have an elastic band. I wasn't going to get an elastic band there, but just pull it through the center point until it makes a curve at the other side, and then you have a tree, a shamrock, fundamentally a shamrock. So we're told that the 3 and the 1, this is God, this equates God, encompasses God, the 1 and the 3 and the 1, ultimately stemming from the 0, all stemming from the 0. And where does the 0 stem from? And from the 0 point. And what is that? Well, that's the ineffable, that's the unknowable. That's the undescribable TT. Better we got at describing pi, the more you realize that the further you have to go to get to the intricacies of the true nature, the true answer, the true representation of that 0 point into, well, 3-dimensionality. Right? So you might boast all you like. So imagine this, right? If you are God, so God looking down on the greatest computer that man has ever devised, which has detailed pi. How would you verify it, first of all? But has detail, you have to get another computer to verify it that at each path, it's right, it's in its collation. But then, yeah, how would you read it then? You'd need all the time in the world to read it, because it would keep going on forever and ever and ever repeating. It's the, what is it? What's it called? The transcendental number, right? So, yeah. So we're looking down at God. Whatever as God, you look at whatever offering this computer has. You just go, well, what about the other half of it? Because you've only got so far. But that's to billions and quadrillions and gazillions of decimal points after the 3. But what about the other half? It goes on forever, son. You know, you've only given me a fraction of pi, of the true pi. Fucking hell. God's laughter, right? Ineffectual man. I think, well, the greater you can come, the closer you can come to understanding pi, then, in that sense, and detailing pi, the greater you can come to understanding divinity. Ultimately, maybe your own divinity. Ultimately, it's all in the mind. The mind is divided. The gut is the exploded mind. Everything through the heart. So if I could turn my screen upside down, you think of it like a plant. And I was even thinking about fucking angel's wings, or like the leaves come out of, basic children's drawing of the plant, the basic leaves that come out divided down the center. Where'd you go with that? Let's see. Well, I know where to go with that. I know immediately where to go with that, because it's back to the start again. Let me share my screen and just read out these lyrics, because how it connects everything as well. To go. Raglan Road, song I opened up with. Right. On Raglan Road of an autumn's day I saw her first and knew that her dark hair would weave a snare that I might one day rue. I saw the danger and I passed along the enchanted way, and I said, let grief be a fallen leaf at the dawning of the day. The enchanted way is the vaginal passage. This is what it is, and it'll be made clear later on. On Grafton Street in November, we tripped lightly along the ledge of a deep ravine where can be seen the worth of passion's pledge. So that's all of the lovers making love against the back alleyway wall. The Queen of Hearts still making tarts, and I not making hay. Oh, I love too much, and by such is happiness thrown away. I gave her gifts of the mind. I gave her the secret sign that's known to the artists who have known the true gods of sound and stone. I think that's very significant. Very, very significant. I've been talking about the S stone, the stone. The philosopher's stone is the philosopher's S tone, which is the TH. So with the H, we make the upward leaning with Holy Spirit upwards to the T, as opposed to downwards to the L, and sound itself. Well, you know, light as we know it doesn't exist. It's not. This is why all the controversy, the dual nature of light, the particle wave theory of light, all clues for us as we experience, say, light and heat from the sun. Its interactions between the source energies, which are visible energies, and first of all the barrier, the sun's reflection off the barrier, and then the intervening medium, which in our case is pretty much water, water all the way. Nitrogen 70% as well, but everything else, yeah, it's everything else for the most part is inert. It's the water that allows us to experience the heat and the light, and to see it for that matter. We see through the water particulation. How much can you cut down a water droplet before it stops being a water droplet? Well, you tell me. Anyway, listen to this, right? And word and tint without stint, I gave her poems to say. So sorry, let me go to the start of it. I gave her gifts of the mind. I gave her the secret sign. These people are all in these. This is a poem by Patrick Kavanagh, by the way, and these people are all insiders, all Freemasons. And W.B. Yeats was a member of the Golden Dawn Society, so that's very interesting. Now coming to the bottom of the end of this, right? So I gave her gifts of the mind. I gave her the secret sign that's known to the artists who have known the true gods of sound and stone. And word and tint without stint, I gave her poems to say, with her own name there and her own dark hair like clouds over fields of May. So here we go. I think I did sing this a little bit wrong in the what do you call it, on a quiet street. So that I'd have to discard that take. On a quiet street where old ghosts meet, I saw her walking now. I said I think I said I saw her walking there, right? On a quiet street where old ghosts meet, I see her walking now. Away from me so hurriedly, my reason must allow that I had loved, not as I should, a creature made of clay. When the angel woos the clay, he'd lose his wings at the dawn of the day. So when we woo the clay, so this is the fallen angels, right? When the sons of God were enamored by the daughters of men. And when that happened, that led to the fall of man. And well, we lost our wings, and that was at the dawn of the day. What do we associate with the dawn of the day? The rising of the sun. We're just after Christmas, Christ Mass, Xmas. Is the birth of the sun a good thing? No, it is not, in the sense that it is the beginning of a divided state. So it's when the angel lost his wings, the world began. So this is our delving into the material. And what part, it's interesting here, what part do women play in all of this? When he talks about he told her all these secrets. I gave her gifts of the mind. I gave her the secret sign. It's like you could imagine the woman there going, yeah, yeah, whatever, but whatever, or just a vacant look, and not a sort of appreciating the differing aspects. And I think ultimately this is down to it's down to the divide in the brain as well. My female counterpart with me standing upright, my left aspect of the brain, sorry, pointed to my right here, would be her left aspect of the brain, and vice versa. So, I think this is the sort of the divide. And the divide is like an X as opposed to anything else actually in the brain as you look down on the two brains. First of all, being tucked in, right, with the chin tucked in, and then the other half brain wrapped around the central spine. So has unfolded like the lotus flower, right? 2.88 mushroom. Has unfolded, and well, it's this divided aspects that I guess have to be sort of pieced together. You know, you have to realize this, and then maybe these sort of things will make more sense. But yeah, he was getting nowhere fast, and well, this is why Mother Nature, the woman, is associated with the more earthly considerations, whatever that is, the more basic. Um, I don't know what I don't know how to describe it because I'm not up. I'm not up. I'm not up on women. What the hell? Not up on women. Well, look, I might be up in women, but I reckon I had the greatest chat line ever, chat up line ever. And I'll tell the story while I'm rolling smoke. It was fantastic, and I I just said I had to say it. I was in a nightclub one night on my own, Limerick, here. This has gone back maybe 10 years, more than that. 10, 11, 12 years, something like that. And I was quite enough. It was like a Tuesday night or something. And I was standing there having a drink and whatever. I looked across, and there was this couple just standing slightly elevated, just on a what do you call it? A little stairwell, just above a little stairwell. And this girl was absolutely stunning. It was picture perfect, and she had one of these all-in-one dresses, right? And it wasn't unsightly or ungainly or anything like that, but you would consider a short sort of cut dress. So it came down to maybe halfway down the thigh. So it wasn't like, I don't mean to use the word slutty or anything like that. It just looked unbelievable. It was just perfect, right? And her own complexion, her own look as well was, what do you call it? The reason that it might sound a bit lewd or bawdy, but it wasn't really, because it was so skimpy, right? It was just literally, I don't think she had probably anything on inside it, just the dress itself. Yeah, and because it was so inviting in that sense, I said, I have to go. So it occurred to me, I said, if that guy wasn't there, I'd be able to say that. And I said, fuck it, I have to say it anyway, and then I'll just walk away because it's it's so good. So I went over anyway, and after a while, and I said, let me get it right now. I said, okay. I said, sorry, dear. I was just, I was just wondering, do you mind if I ask you a question? And she's going, yeah, no worries. I'm completely ignoring the guy behind. I already know what was going on. And I said, do you mind if I ask you a question? Oh no, hang on. I didn't. I said, hang on now. I have to get it right. Oh, and I didn't say, do you mind if I ask you a question? I said, love, I don't know. I said, I was just having a, to say it like this. I said, I think this is exactly the way I said it. I was just having a debate with myself whether you'd look better out of that dress or in that dress. And I said, guess what? And she said, what? I said, I won. Oh, that's very good. That's very good. So, in other words, it was a tie, right? Every way it was a winner. She looks fantastic in the dress, and I'm sure she would look fantastic out of the dress as well. You had to sort of be there. It was one of these, as I say, all in one, down to a very respectable level, and it was just worn by a perfect model for it. So that was it then. And that's good, isn't it? I never got to try that in real life. I couldn't really try that, and I couldn't go in. That'd be cheap if I went in and let's say I was looking to pick up something or something. Excuse me, apologize. I don't mean that. That's not my way anyway. But let's say I was looking to get together with somebody and just use a few lines or whatever. I couldn't use that again because that'd be cheating. That was funny, man. And I just walked away then. I said, guess what? I said, no, well, again, I was just having a debate with myself. I'm whether or not you, or whether you look better in that dress or out of that dress. And guess what? And she said, what? I won the debate. And I just walked away. Road joint. Isn't that amazing, friends? Anyway, think of it in the different contexts. Do we have wings? I say we do. Connect the. So when I talk about the male and female, see, the female has the more slender shoulders, the male has the broader shoulders. Both fit in like a puzzle piece together, right? And same with the hips, right? The female has the wider hips, and the male has the narrower hips because one fits in around the other, and you have this joint which allows the movement of 4 arms on each side. Or sorry, 4 arms collectively, but they're connected in a certain way. And this is why your palm, it's like it's ripped, right? It's like it's ripped from something, and it is. It's you can do it. You can do it, and that is not quite the right aspect. If you sort of did it behind your back like this, it's better. This side, it's ripped away. We think of your fingernails as well. Think of the hair. What hair might actually be? Yeah, it's the greater connection. When you think of the two hips interwoven, so the legs, so you have an arse at the front and an arse at the back. You know, it's like these are the muscles for the legs. And well, as a male, the penis is brought back in. Everything is reconnected, rewound, and well, it fits right into the lacking or the space that the female possesses. So it's that sort of idea. And now to fuck your mind more, turn yourself upside down and plant your fucking head in the ground like a seed and see how it develops. See how it develops. So when he talks about this here, on a quiet street where gold ghosts meet, I see her walking now away from me, so hurriedly my reason must allow that I have loved, not as I should, a creature made of clay. When the angel woos the clay, he'll lose his wings at the dawn of the day. Now, I've asked the question as well. We have sons of God, we have sons of man, we have daughters of man. Why do we not have daughters of God? Why not? The name that came to mind immediately, Lilith, L-I, L-I-L-I, and the T-H at the end. That's very interesting. When I was talking about Aristarchus, the originator of heliocentrism, Aristarchus, I don't even divide a tree of life. So it's when the tree was felled, then we entered hell, if you want, the heart of the material. And well, it's all in the letters chosen to represent the word, to represent the idea. H, heliocentrism, you can go downwards, bring the two opposing sides together and go downwards, you get the L. Go upwards, then you get the T, right? So TH. That's where you want to be, the TH, and that's why the TH is the S tone. S tone, TH. It's like CH church, or it could be hang on. Actually, that's what I have in the description. Aristarchus is Arichus star, or CH can be also pronounced as chance, right? Chagrin, charlatan, yeah, charlatan. So you know, so that's why Aristarchus is Arichus star. All right, it would perfectly incorporates. What we have to ask is, what is a star? An S star. It's a fallen tar. What is a tar? A tar is the able-bodied seaman. So, because our head is upside down, everything is leaking downwards. Gravity, grave situation. In the male, the fluids pool in the testicles, in the female, in the breasts. When that reunification occurs, well then, yeah, that's the sexual act, the reconnection. And where would we be without it? Where would we be without it? And once again, 422-year-old Earth in its current form changes everything. Changes everything. It is or it isn't so. If it isn't so, I didn't pick that out of my my Aristarchus. No, that connects with the story of the non-existent dodo bird. When we think of other contributed pieces of evidence like the original no planer from 9/11, Nico Haupt, and I have Nico Haupt. Let me just see. Someone told me what Nico Haupt meant. I didn't know. So let me just see. Nico Haupt, the highest light, I think, something like that. But Nico Haupt was the original no planer from 9/11. So there's 9/11 again. So he came out with a body of work called 1649ish, and in his extensive search, no original source material to be found for anything predating 1649ish. And it's funny enough, I have my volume set to 52 tonight, but I wasn't thinking about this. But yeah, 52 years prior to 1649ish, we get 1598 inclusive, right? 1598, and I said that was the year 0/1. Now that's 52 years, and I was thinking about 26 being the number of God. And why would that be significant? I couldn't sort of say why would that, well, if God is divided, right? Well, 26, they're just saying 26 and 26 is 52. 26 is 13 and 13. So there's this equation, well, potentially to be made anyway. But yeah, Nico Haupt, if I can find what his name means. Anyone in chat who knows, Nico Haupt is German. I think he's Austrian, German origin. Nico Haupt, the highest light, maybe now. If it's the highest light, that's brilliant because, well, Corona. If you, yeah, so not to mention my Corona song. That's my own song. How did that come across? I don't know. I could definitely add loads to that, but I don't think I will. It's just sort of short and to the point, and a few little clues mentioned as well. They made a right dodo out of you. Well, that's okay. It's okay because we're a dodo already, and at the end of it, then Corona is a whole lot of hoax and see the light of heaven. Corona is the light of heaven. So every cloud has a silver lining. Fucking hell, back to my heart allude again, which is though love and song may fail alas to keep life's clouds away, a cloud with a silver lining at least will make them lighter pass or gild them if they stay. So we'll gild the clouds, so we're out of everything bad. Well, there's always something good to be found. You can see how many notes I've taken here. Just all I write down here is anything that occurs to me in relation to what I'm sort of thinking about. And there's plenty of it. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. Nico Haupt, look, headman, victory of the people. So, okay, I got that wrong. I said headlight. Did I say chief light, headlight? Headman, Nico Haupt, victory of the people is another. So I put head after loads of asterisks, stars, which come underneath the 8, by the way. Shift 8 gives you an asterisk, and that's a star. Put head. Well, I probably put the asterisk there because thinking about heart, H-E-A-R-T, so head, H-E-A-D, and then heel, H-E-E-L, right? So from A to L. I think that's what L-A is about as well. So from bottom to top, the Almighty. So it's all inclusive, right? A-L, via the H, A-H-L, H-U man, right? So because the H takes predominance at the start, so we read the word he, A-D. What does that mean? He, A-D. So when we think about the D in relation to the theta, right? The 0 and the 1, yeah, that's already divided state. And then the A, like anti, right? So the A negates a divided state and makes it sort of whole. It's like two negatives, or two, not two negatives. It's like a negative and a positive canceling each other out. And then we're left with the he, which is, well, how God is associated, these are the letters. He is attributed, people say it's a sex. It's not a sex. It's not a sex, but the H takes the predominance over the E. And how do we get the H from the E? Well, if you think about an E and a backwards E, right, just look at it on the screen there, E, and just connect the backwards E to it. We spear the E, so we bring the top down and bring the bottom up, and then we're left with a H. And yeah, once again, it's the awareness. Well, think about the H is the eighth letter, so it's all sort of encompassing. It's all encompassing, but there's a little left out as well when you do twist the 0. Although the area is taken up, are still the same, it's just divided differently. So yeah, the whole E spirit is to bring the upper and the lower aspects into the center, the heart center. Everything has to go through the heart, because, well, we are immaterial of nature, having a material experience. So this is why the heart has to be mended, and this is why the earth is in a divided state, and this is what the war on Terra is about. So it's ultimately about the the repairing of the heart. How do we do that? Well, fucking hell, I haven't even looked into it. Isn't there something about a gland or something being found in the brain, through undiscovered? Well, what might be going on in reality? What sort of changes might be literally going on within inside of us that, well, we're unaware of, but we've become slowly and more certainly aware of as these times in a special way continue, these corona times. Excuse me. Yeah, that was the remedy to smoke a cigarette or to smoke a joint. But Adrian, I just went for a piss. P-I-S-S. So when we think of it like that, the first thing we're told to be disgusted by is our urine. When we think that everything that's sort of outside should be inside, and all that circulating around, and then what we put into our bodies will, at least we can bear in mind, will have a great reflection on what will come out of our bodies. I don't mind saying, never mind saying anything that applies to all of us, as I think so. I drink my own urine. I mightn't be the best, example of the perfect specimen of a man. Look at how healthy and well he is. But look, if I probably didn't do that, I wouldn't be alive at this stage. I eat terribly. I don't live particularly well. I live okay, but I don't live particularly well. I'm not too old as well, but yeah, P-I-S-S, right? What's the letter? David V-I-S-S. What's the letter P represent? Why is pi chosen with the P? If we look at the E, right? If we look at the B in relation to the E, and then look at the P in relation to the B, a certain aspect is lost, a certain journey is made, an amalgamation is made. This is what the ankh represents as well. Remember the ankh cross, or not the ankh cross, the ankh symbol. Yeah. So we have this upper leaning, this upper tendency towards this great immaterial nature. And of course, we're led into the pit of nothingness by science, the body of science, the giants, the body of the giants of science. Into the pit of nothingness, that there's no divide within us, everything is material. And as far as we can describe and explain it, and this is where this leads us, and you can trust us, son, because we are what? Priests of science. Why is a priest so named? Why do you call a priest father? Well, I don't, by the way, and I actually said that to a priest. I said, I won't call you father. That was only a couple of months ago, down by the river. I was telling him about Corona. I was asking about the priest's point of view and all this sort of stuff. Why do you call? The reason I said you don't call it because we're told in the Bible not to call anyone father, but the father of God, the father. You call your own father father? Well, yeah, well. Anyway, the point being, if you look at the P in relation to the F, right? So one's desirable here to have these components coming out from these different aspects, connected or disconnected. And this is what ultimately T is all about. In isolation, the I-T. Time is me, it. T-I, me. So that's the ultimate, that's the pinnacle. But you can't rest there. I think you can't rest there. There has to be that hard bridge. This is why it has to come down. If H is the 8, and you go upwards with the 9, 9 times 8 is 72. And we're told there's 72 names for God. If you think about the mirroring, here's a good one. Here's a very good one. Right? If you think about the mirroring nature of reality, and you think about our own mirroring down the center line. Well, there's a mirror line down the back. That's completely sort of bland and unattached. Down the center, down that center line, to the center. Well, you're half divided from the other half. So when you connect those, then you have a perfect mirror line in one direction, 2 directions. Now, I was thinking about this. Is there mirroring in the third direction, which is this down the half, but down to the heart here, and down this way? Well, maybe that's what's to be made up. Maybe that's the. Remember I said earlier on, everything below the heart is sort of. So we have the seed at the top, in its enclosed form, its natural form. The seed at the top. I can't say in its enclosed form. Anyway, yeah, just everything as it should be to the heart, and then everything below the heart exploded outwards. So it's maybe bringing what's exploded outwards together again, that this mirroring can be achieved in all directions, in all divisions, dimensions. I don't know. I'm not going to sing it again, but that's for Isis. Bob Dylan's song, Isis. I married Isis on the 5th day of May, the 5th of the 5th. 5-5. So we're also told that 5.5 days will pass. Adam was told this. 5.5 days will pass, and all will be renewed, and re-entry into the garden will be assured. Adam thought it was 5.5 days, but he was told it was 5,500 years instead. So we would have to wait. He would have to wait that long. Yeah. Why 5.5? 5.5. 5 and 5 gives you what? 10, which is 1 0. There's the T at the front, T-E-N. Words like heaven, H-E-A-V-E-N. Raven, R-A-V-E-N. And brilliant one here, because who hasn't heard of the Avengers? You know the Avengers movies, all inclusive of 22 movies? Shit. 22. Remember talking about the broken heart earlier on? I was busking today, and a woman kept rolling her baby by, or in a pan, a baby in a pan. Maybe, I don't think in the end it was for a baby. So I saw another lady rolling the pan. So it was her friend, and the baby was crying away, and she kept walking back and forth. And yeah, after the song was finished, she was kind enough to throw me a contribution. That was cool, and just chatting for a little bit. And she was just saying how the baby wouldn't stop crying until he heard the music. So that was cool. I'm singing time for another sound. I hope that the sound is coming through okay. Actually, I know I sang it before, but I'll sing it again. But keep it down a little bit here, and then we can sing to see how it comes out. Tune it. The gods of sound and stone. So sound, what is sound? When you think about it, it's a vibration through a medium. A vibration of a certain frequency. The greater the frequency, the higher the pitch of the sound. And ultimately, that's what we are expressed into. Via what? What would you say? Via, it has to be the thought. Via the thought. The thought creating the word, creating the sound, creating the interaction, the disturbance. And that's why I think I have so much difficulty with tuning, because the closer I get to what it says, the computer says it should be the sound, the closer I get, I think it's still slightly off, and then the closer you sort of cut it, you know what I mean? You can never get it. You can never get it to the exact point and exactly, let's say, what is it? A is 528 hertz. You can never get it exactly, because even if you have a digital scale, it reads to X number of digital points behind. Beyond that, you never know. And depending on how keen your ear is or how pure the sound is, I guess it could stick out. Sometimes like a sore thumb. I'm not saying my ear is pure, definitely not. But of course, it could be the guitar as well. I know there's actually nothing to this guitar. It's not. The guitar is a very interesting instrument. I was talking about the B earlier on, to be or not to be. There's the guitar for you, bud. To be or not to be, 818. Guitar has E at the E, whole E. Holy Spirit. And when you bring the whole E's together, where does it come together? I would say at the F. Hang on, one E. No. Sorry, I just had to tune the guitar to the harmonica. Was on one fine March morning, I'd been to Orleans and I took the road to Jackson Town, my fortune to renew. I cursed old for money, no credit, no I get. Set my heart to longing for the race of March train. I stepped on board a railroad car and I took the road to Jackson Town. Oh, strangers here, no friends to me till the dawn towards me came. And I fell in love with my Creole girl from the lips of March. I said, a pretty Creole girl, my lady hearts of leather. If it weren't for the alligators, I'd survive. You're welcome here, kind stranger, our house is very frank. You turn the stranger away from the lips of She took me to her mommy's house and treated me very well. The hair over her shoulders and jet black spell to try to paint her beauty. I'm sure it would be in vain. So handsome was my Creole girl from the lips of Aristarchus. I asked her if she would marry me. She said that never could be, for she had got a lover and he was off at sea. She said that she would wait for him until she would remain. She never could be like a Creole girl from the lips of March. So it's really well, my Creole girl, I never see you well. I'll never forget your kindness at the cottage by the shore. And married so she gathering the things on the drain. And I'll take her to my Creole girl from the lips of March. I reckon, like, I reckon I said this before, but she took her to her mommy's house. Yeah, was she a prostitute while her lover was off at sea? A little bit of a darker twist to it, but can a man fall in love with a prostitute? Of course, of course. I'm not speaking from experience. Although I have a story to tell about a strip club I was in Sheffield when I left Anna's here. And I went to a strip club on there's no strip clubs in Ireland here. I think there was actually. There was a strip club in Limerick at one time. It was all sort of weird and I think I went there once or twice, but I never went there to sort of avail of services in that way. It just didn't, it was never a situation. It was never what I was after in that way. And it's the same when I went to the strip club in Sheffield in England, where they're commonplace. But I went on it was like a Monday or a Tuesday night in Sheffield, and it was dead. And it was all the scantily clad women hanging around. And over the course of the night, because I wasn't going anywhere, I was staying in a hotel while I was deciding where to go. I wasn't going anywhere, so I went in there probably about 9:30, let me just say, and I probably ended up leaving there closing time about 1:30. So just a normal night out. But over the course of the night, because the girls were doing nothing at all, and there wasn't very many people inside there, and I'm generally enough happy to sitting down having a drink, having a smoke, and just seeing what happens. And on my own, I always have a pen and a paper as well, and I might be working on a poem or just a thought or just we're working on a song as well, that sort of thing. I don't mind, but they got the impression I was, I don't know, maybe thought I was a punter. And over the course of the night, all of them, pretty much all of them, came over to talk to me. Really great chat, because there was I let them know immediately, I'm not interested in. You can go to a back room as well. And I don't know what the limitations were. I guess you could have full blown sex if you wanted. I don't know. You could definitely get what are you going to call it, lesser, that sort of thing. But yeah, I wasn't interested. So I made it known from the start that was the case. So over the course of the night, the girl. Nearly all of the girls came over and chatted to me, and because once I started chatting to one of them, she went over chatting to her friend saying, "Oh, he's over there. No one else fucking there anyway. He's grand. Go over now. Pete's grand. Have a chat to him." And well, the upshot of it was, I ended up walking one of the girls home who was no disrespectful term, but a stripper. I don't know, just up the road, whatever. And when she wanted to go away with me, and she was telling me she had 3 houses. I think it was 3 houses and all that. She had accumulated a lot of stuff, But obviously, there's a pathway to that sort of accumulation. And well, what could it? I mean, it occurred. I have to say, it occurred to me. I was on my own. I was on my own, but I wasn't on my own at the same time. My son was back here in Ireland. I wasn't with his mom, but oh yeah, well, I wouldn't say I was sort of. What if you went away? I had my own. I had my own money at the time. So it wasn't a money sort of thing, but an adventure. But I say she would have done it. She's a lovely girl as well, but fucking hell. It's a hard, forgive the term. She had a hard path, and God knows what sort of stuff she went through to get to having what she thought she had, And I don't say that in any diminishing way whatsoever. But yeah, this is sex. So you think about the word sex, it's all prevalent. We have the S and the E and the X. So these words and these letters specifically in those specific orders determine the meaning, determine the significance, I guess. And well, when we think of the S, we divide it down the serpent, right? serpent, well, in relation to us, he was pulled from Adam, or no, sorry, Adam and Eve were pulled from the one. So one is moving and one is circling around and a strip is just been pulled. It's that sort of idea. And the woman's spine is much more flexible as well. So it's that interconnected nature that's been expressed. And this is what the serpent is, the fallen star, the fallen angel. Well, this fluid inside, this most vital of fluids, it's manna from heaven. Um, yeah, well, that is taking forward. And it's when that's reconnected in a natural way, right, through coitus, through intercourse, through sex, well, then with the exchange of bodily fluids and the reconnection of the circuit, right, so you have the brain on one side, the brain on the other side, and then you have the divide over the women pull in the breast, the male pull in the testicles, but that doesn't mean that the bridge isn't there, right? The pathway isn't there for that reconnection. And I think when that reconnection is made, then, well, we have, well, you yourself, the greatest miracle known to you, which, you know, who's going to deny that? So, the Raglan Road, so that's the first song. So pretty much you haven't got behind the first song. Because I first of all jumped to the third song, which was My Heart Interlude. So here's Raglan Road, and we left you on when the angel woos the clay, he loses his wings at the dawn of the day. So I think that connection between what we consider today, the sun, and its overwhelming life-giving influence. Well, this began when we fell. And what did we fall into? Well, the material realm. Did we do it by choice? I don't know. I don't know. What do you think? Did we do it by choice or were we forced here? Say it has to be by choice. It has to be by choice, or it has to apply to a greater story that's pertinent. And how do we get to read that story? I don't know, man. You tell me. You tell me. What's the point of all of this? What's the point of all? In one way, there's no point. But perhaps in another way, there's every point. And the point begins with the P again, P-O-N-T, P-O-I-N-T. What is a point? In math, they describe a point as an instance of zero dimensionality. Now, when the ballers, etc., talk about math being reality, this is nonsensical in the first place, and you can catch them immediately on that when they talk about math is reality. Well, every basic core tenet of geometrical mathematics involves let A be a point, that instant statement. So when you accept that, let A be a point of zero dimensionality, then you can move forward. If you don't accept that, well, then you can't move beyond that. When the ball earthers, the heliocentrists, etc., let you know that this is the case, well, you can ask them, show me in reality an instance of zero dimension, because this is what a point is described as. And they can't do it, of course. Oh, they can, in a theoretical form, they'll bring you back to a singularity. They'll bring you back to a singularity, which is when everything came back from. So they can do in one instance, but only in that instance. And again, it's a theoretical instance, which, well, there's truth to it, but yeah. Once you question the initial assumption, then you understand that the truth is encoded within it. It all becomes metaphor. But yeah, the initial assumption being that when you look at nature, look around us, something is moving. The Earth has been decided to move from the very get-go. Just assume it's moving. Where does that lead you? By the time they got to fucking the moon, even, or at least the sun, it had to, it had to stop there because, not only has the Earth to be moving 1,000 miles an hour, you can get away with that, like the ballers do. Well, think in terms of revolutions per day, which is one per day. Break that down into revolutions per second or minute. But yeah, you can sort of get away with that. But when it comes to the sun, and you're talking about not only 1,000 miles an hour movement around ourselves, but 60,000 miles an hour around the sun, then all credulity is breached, and that becomes obviously not the case. Now, with the different context of our sort of constructed reality, and everything is constructed, everything is scripted, well, then we can see through, after a certain point, to the beyond the literal, to the metaphoric, or the analogous level, I guess. Not analogous. That's wrong. What's the analogy? Well, it's sort of like, but there's another word now. I'm thinking of. I'll think of it. When you do that, then understand the Earth is not moving, but something is certainly moving. And it could be said, you could say that the sun is moving at 1,000 miles an hour if, right, you're talking about a certain expression against a fixed backdrop, a fixed screen barrier or something like that. And when we come to flat Earth and we look at the solid body theory of the universe and we reject that, well, then all of the skylights become something different indeed. So yeah, once again, getting through to the metaphor, or it begins with A. It's not an analogy. It's not anomaly. It's not the anthropomorphical, although it is in a sense the body of science. There's a few comments from, I've been reading recently, talking about the barriers have been the dome of the head. Yeah, very possible that this is what it's all representative of. Everything in one thing. I think absolutely everything stands from the one thing. So I talk about the moon and all the clouds as well, all the different patterns. I think everything, if you have the eye to see it, everything can be found. It's like a Rorschach test, everybody sees what they see, and it's there. It's there, right? But they mightn't be there for somebody else. But in a way, this is what the pi code is about, Adrian. The truth is contained within this string of representatives. This relational arrangement, I guess, between the component aspects of our very makeup, our being, our reality. And, well, again, coming away from heliocentrism, Big Bangism is a greater immaterial source to our being. That's not hard for us to see. How the fuck am I talking right now? How am I making any sense? Because there's a transference, a translation between a core greater than now essence, I guess, and this it's representing into reality. Ultimately, the upshot of it is you're hearing my words. What is there about free listening at this stage? That's okay though. That's okay if there's free listening. 3-3, 3-3, 3-3, 8, right? It's 8. the divided age, and ultimately 3, 3, 3, 3, like then one of the Freemasons I was talking about, you knew Aristarchus. I'm certain he was told that's the tree of life, divided tree of life. I'm certain that people are told then that all of these steel structure towers around CERN, chemtrails, etc., are all for the purposes of re-inflating the barrier, fucking a load of energy upwards. And even when you think about the corona, I've been through this, when you think about the corona visual presented to us, if we look at it not in a spherical sense, we look at it as a plan view, then we can see all of these spores as sort of supporters of the barrier, what I mean, sort of lifts, energized lifts. So I'm certain they all know about that in that sense. But yeah, there's a greater sense, and one of the books not allowed into the Bible, I think it might have been the Apocalypse of St. Paul, who never existed, by the way. Paul was from Tarsus, and Paul had a loyal servant. And the only reason, as the story goes, that the servant, out of the book, the Apocalypse of St. Paul, which is beyond, remember the different layers, beyond the literal, or sort of beyond the literal, more sort of delving into beyond reality, what's going on in the realms of God. But beyond the literal, well, that wouldn't have been possible without, and beyond the Bible, the contribution, that wouldn't be possible without the help of a loyal, as I remember, as described as a wealthy, to-do servant as well, who devoted his life to Paul. His name was Aristarchus. Aristarchus is an anagram of Sirach and Tarsus. So just perfect. All those words fit in perfect, two words into one word. Paul was from Tarsus. And when we look at the book of Sirach, another book in the Bible, we have the chief narrators, which is a family of Jesuses. Yeah, there's no mistaking the green. It's not as prominent tonight, the green hue, but there is a less prominent version of it tonight. I think the clouds are just rolling in, but you can see it. I was up on to bring in the camera because you won't be able to discern it. Full moon tonight. And here's what do you call it? I reckon the moon will stay full until January 1st, Sirius Day. I mentioned Sirius earlier on. January 1st, the turning of the year, December 31st, January 1st, Sirius is at its highest aspect. From people, well, anywhere, I guess, it's at its most northerly aspect in the sky, January 1st, 1-1, or 31st / 1st. So I think that's significant. But yeah, have you spotted have you paid attention to your own local skies or what's going on? Guess it's there for you, right? It's our closest neighborhood. The full moon tonight, and I reckon it will stay around until they, yeah, 31st, and I think significantly. I hold that all the calendar was changed way back for astronomical events to coincide with what's happening right now, 2020. There's been so many different events, and it's been such a strange year. It's been such a, how are you going to describe 2020? Ask the individual, everyone give you a different story. But it's all been about something. As the rain comes down, So we're all born into sin. I mentioned the N earlier on, S-I-N. So I am S and N. When you think about it, I mentioned Zion earlier on as well, and this false utopia offered to people who exited the matrix. Why was it underground? Why does the Jew rest in the ground? Why is the Jew circumcised? Right? Judy Wood and her Jews. This is where I say the cutoff is established. And circumcised, cut off from the circle. Well, circle of what? The circle of self. But ultimately, is it all just a adventure of the body, fallen star making its way home? I say it is. It has to be. It has to be. Externalization, idolatry. We're advised against it. The Creator is within us, that divine spark. Jesus is within. When you start painting a picture of a literal man and you're adorning a literal man and the story told via the word, you want to make sure it's fucking, excuse my language now, but you want to make sure it's true. You want to make sure it's true, because if it's not true and there's a deeper layer, a deeper meaning to it, and a deeper meaning, how it applies to you yourself, well then, the journey thus far then has been pointless if this is what you rest upon. And of course, this is where the Bible literalists come into things. Of course, we know that the whole arena is set up for everyone in the honest to God, can't think of anybody outside of chat members who don't participate. I haven't got a chance to talk to. I tell you, there are really genuine people. All of the top people put in place, the content creators, the establishment in terms of flat out offerings, they're all put in place. They all have a limited role to play. It mightn't be a bad role, it's a limited role. Because the whole arena is set up, and beyond a certain point, you have to make your own way, and well, therein lies the rub. How are you going to deal with that? Realization that you're on your own in this one, kid. Let me tell you what Hamlet had to say. Let me tell you what Hamlet had to say. I could be bounded in a nutshell and consider myself king of infinite space, were it not for the bad dreams. So again, all in the brain, all in the head, all in the mind. The Prince of Hamlet could give us the to be or not to be speech. Maybe princehood or kingship isn't all it's cracked up to be. Said the King of Ireland, said the King of Era. But when I say King of Era, it's in a specific sense, and it's that sense has been clarified as well. And this is official. I've officially wrote this as well a few years ago. But yeah, it's on behalf of all men, women, and children born onto this land. We are the highest authority on the land. That land doesn't pertain to a fantasy spinning ball. Well, and therein lies the rub. Therein lies the rub. If we don't know as a beginning, if we don't know where we are as a beginning point, we cannot hope to find out who we are. And we've discovered where we are now, in a sense, at least where we're not. So, well, where does the path culminate? Where does it take us? And I can only speak for myself, and believe me, I'd say it's pretty close to true. You've never met a more lonely, isolated man in your life. I would say that. Even though I do say when I'm busking today, I'm the luckiest man. I'm in the seat of more sort of passing, fleeting love. If you want. It would just be a glance, or just be someone sitting in their car today, actually, just from where I was singing, and they were sitting there for ages, and you could see that they were enjoying the music I was playing, and yeah, they came out at the end, and I spotted her through the window, and I saluted her and all that, and I could see she was bopping her head, and they came out at the end and just thanked me for playing the music, and I thanked them for their contribution, and yeah, that's what I mean. That sort of passing, fleeting love, and truly meant as well, and especially with children. Great encounter. I told you that the woman walking the pram. There was another, the girl from across the road was with her mum, I take it, and she must have been 4 or 5, something like that. And she was waving. I've seen her before as well, and she's always waving and saying hello. But she came across the road with her mum, and she's sort of very nervous when she was putting down whatever she contributed, given to her by her mum. And I was thanking her genuinely and deeply, like, because I recognized her. And yeah, that's passing love. So I think maybe that's the kind of exemplifies the contrasts or the duality in life. In the one sense, I don't speak to anyone from one end of the day to the next, and on the other sense, then when you see that this true and genuine, sort of, as I say, fleeting, passing love. That's all I'm going to say. Love. That's what I feel it as. And just as I said that, friends, I'm going to show you again. Sirius appears from behind the clouds as I'm looking at the window. You can tell it's Sirius as well from the Rhine belt, which points not quite in a direct line towards Sirius. Sirius is the Mercedes-Benz symbol. Don't look for Sirius tonight, so squint your eyes or give it a while, and you'll see what I was talking about earlier on, the Triskelion, the 0, twist it to an 8, right, and then pull one side through till you get 3 equal representations. The Shamrock, 3 and 1, the Trinity. I can't believe I found Sirius on the moon, and I fucking found Sirius on the moon. I don't care what anyone says. Over time, whatever, it doesn't matter. I have what's this, about 160 hangouts, and some of my hangouts have gone on for 8 hours and longer even. But I took a lot of shit. I took a lot of disconnected stuff at times, but I stand by certain findings. And if I okay, well, one of them is I found Sirius on the moon, and I know it's there as well because I also know other people have found other skylights, other astronomical. What are you going to call them? What are you going to call them? Astronomical representations, whatever they are, on the moon and other patterns we found in much greater detail. One guy's a French guy a few years ago. I didn't know him at all, and yeah, he had found in a much more professional way as well, much more detailed analysis, a much more involved way. He put a lot of work into it, and he found pretty much the connections that I found as well. Ultimately, I reduced everything back to when you're looking at the moon, everything is a kaleidoscopic reflection of the one thing. One crater, all craters are one crater, one and all. The crater itself, chosen very specifically, that crater is the site of a destroyed prior form, right? So that's what it is. Ultimately, that all craters of the moon reducing back to one crater, which is Aristarchus. Aristarchus itself reducing down to, well, tree of life. At the very center, Mount Meru, Yggdrasil, and it expressing both in a physical manner and then in a light show manner above as well. And magical, mysterious. I thought everything beforehand was magical and mysterious, but honest to God, ghosts are real. For fuck's sake, fairies are real. I mean, to consider these things, Sasquatch is real. Demons are real. could summon it. I have a mirror here. I know. Not that I know how to. All you have to do is go on YouTube and ask and find out how to summon. You don't have to have any special knowledge. But to summon a demon, I'm not going to risk. I don't want any. No, I don't want any of that. I don't know why. I don't know why. Although I'd be happier actually. I'd be happier dealing with spiritual beings in a sense, because if I knew I had my own spiritual power than in some sense physical beings. I've been in situations in the past where what do you do here? And you just have to let people beat the shit out of you because there's more than one. But in a spiritual sense, let's see what you have, man. Let's see what you have, and let me find out about what I am and what powers I have. What do you know about my spiritual powers? And I think in a sense this is what cleansing is about. But I want to mention as well Jeff Buckley and Grace. The Grace, I should definitely do a bit more research into this. But I'm so weary of this. I don't know where to apply my energies. I really don't. I'm so weary. I haven't seen my beautiful son, Steve. It's Christmas time as well. I just take it at heart that he's having a wonderful time with his family, with his mum and his extended family and friends. But I don't know. I haven't contacted Steve, but I sort of don't want to at the same time as well in these times because everything I would have to say would conflict with everything pretty much everyone else would have to say to him. But I do take it, and I do know that he has a wonderful mum and a wonderful extended family on his mum's side as well. But when it comes to resolution to all of this, or when it comes to a route forward, we talk about the mask and people wear. I haven't worn a mask yet, but why people wear a mask, and it's not a mask, a visual mask as well. I think it's representative of something very much deeper. That we always wear a mask. Um, with every interaction, there's a mask of a certain sort to be made. Because I'm so isolated in a sense, I guess I don't wear any mask. I don't feel the need to wear a mask so much. So much. You always sort of put on a face to meet the faces that you meet. But I'm not putting on a mask. When I smile at a child today, that's not a mask. That's what I'm playing for, really. Well, I play for myself. I don't mean to be selfish. I don't worry too much about the money that I get. But it's really good to sing out loud, and there's some good songs as well that express a very positive, uplifting message. But yeah, when I see children walking by, I spot a child up the road who's looking at me or who's paying attention to what I'm saying. Generally, just sing or what I'm singing. It's generally just singing to the open, right? But yeah, I certainly appreciate that. There's no masks there, right? And even though everyone's going around in masks, yeah, there's no pretense in that aspect. But when it comes to what the mask represents, I sang that song by the way today, Corona. Honest to God, I could think of about 10 different directions that song could take. So it's like at its most compressed, basic form. But I could think of I could write a whole book of my Corona might represent. I actually stopped two girls tonight and I said, young girls, like it was just as I was walking on. Look at that moon, girls. What do you think? Yeah, you wouldn't tell me that moon is 250,000 miles away. And both of them said no. I sort of go along the cheeky line going, I take it you know Corona is a hoax already, right? And then, what do you mean Corona isn't real? Well, do you know anyone who has Corona? And then they go, no, you don't know. Well, that's what I say then. Corona means, and does, or Ona is the light of heaven. See or Ona is see the light of heaven. And looking at the moon like that and just getting people to contemplate, well, all is not as you accept it to be, or it seems, what's the quicker the awakening, the realization has to come. And I think it can't be good enough unless it's for all. What's the point if it's just for one? If in this horror that if I could go away and just be Be blissful. Knowing that you're miserable. What's the point in that? Maybe when I get to understanding in that, what do you call it, ultimate bliss, that nos, N-O-S, right? That you understand that well, this is all illusion. Thought creates the reality in a sense, and it's your thoughts, which is why the S word is the sword, right? This, Jesus returns with a double-edged sword. Your thoughts are what you deem to be, create your reality. And the what would you call it? The Buddha, the Guru, the Jesus realizes that it's all illusion, and it's once your soul changes about the greater positioning within reality, well then you transcend. And if you don't transcend sooner, well, you transcend later. And you know what? Maybe I've said this before. After you die, you get to know everything, and you fucking kick yourself up the arse and go, you little fucking idiot. All the clues were there all along. And then you go, please let me back in. I don't care. Let me back into, I don't know, the poorest, what do you call it, in Africa, the poorest village in Africa. Let me back in, and I can follow the clues again. Because, you know what's already in your hands. I was thinking earlier on, I don't mind saying this, my life is pointless. My life is pointless, and if there's any point at all, and it's the best point ever, well, without me being here, my son wouldn't be here. So that gives ultimate point to my life, because, well, there's nothing greater, and that's not to put anybody in a different category than anyone else. It's just that it's what you call it to me. The greatest through my eyes. So there's a purpose for everything. I'll sing it again. Sorry for not being in chat. Chat away, honestly. Don't worry about me. Chat away. There's brains in chat here. 2.88 mile high mushroom. Generally visits. What a fucking great brain. Adrian, what a great brain, Adrian. Remember, I didn't change any of the wrenches or anything because I don't even know who has wrenches at this stage. But, don't feel any onus to use your wrench. Don't, do what you do. Some great brains in here. And it's via some of the chat you might have, via some of the chat you might have via the text here, that you as the individual might learn a lot more than what you ever expected. If you're open to it. Mind what I say. For a lot of what I say is sort of person, no one else is saying it. What I say, you can't type it in Google and go, what's Pete Shea talking about? All craters on the moon or one crater? You type that in Google, I don't know what sort of results you get. What's Pete Shea talking about when he said he found Sirius on the moon? I did find it by tracing a pathway. After I found the Milky Way on the moon, I knew that, well, the night sky had to be presented and reflected, not necessarily from the moon. At the time, I was thinking moon is the greatest clue, but now I see that everything is one thing. So ultimately, if you could look at Polaris in a close enough resolution, you would see exactly what you see in the moon, and you see exactly what's presented in the night sky as well. Everything in one thing. But yeah, it's why you're not going to find, you're not going to find that anywhere else. Whereas some of the stuff in chat here, on a different pathway, so much truth contained. I'm certain of it. There's truth in everything. That's ultimately it. Truth in everything. That's what coronation. That's what I said to the two girls. Maybe I must have talked to a good few people today. That's what I said to the girls. You ever hear Coronation Street? And yeah, but they didn't know that the word corona was in coronation. Tion is the adjective at the end. Tio, there's io again. There's the N at the end. I just started talking briefly about sin. We're all born into sin, ISN. S being the divided 8, and N, right? So what does N represent? We think about the N in relation to the H, and we have a branch from the top left to the bottom right. Now, if you rotate the N, you get the Z, and we're talking about Zion, and you have a connection between the top left, the top right, like the T in a sense, right? But then from the top right down to the bottom left, which is a better way than having it the opposite, right? Which is a massive fall. So in other words, it's a rise as opposed to a fall, and this is what the Z represents along the bottom. Right, so it's that connection in relation to the twisted connection of the N. That's why we're born into sin as well. So this divided state is this divided state, and it's reckoned that Earth is in a divided form. All of the main pretenders were promoting no forest on flat Earth when it came out. And then silence, hush. Nathan Oakley's a perfect example. His best friend Antonio Subirats, which is star IB us, RI star CH us, in reverse. He was the biggest promoter of No Forest and Flat Earth, and especially the video after it, the secondary part to it, second aspect to it, which was of greater significance. Suddenly then, they all just, that was it, they left it. They promoted it, left it. Oh lads, it's a great new video. Oh lads, that's a great new video. I can't do Antonio Subirats now. Look at that, it's a great new video that came across. Well no, I know what I'm doing there. But yeah, I remember it, and then nothing. Nathan doesn't even consider now what his friends are thinking or talking about. His best friend Martin Leakey, Am in Tar, Leakey, talks about Tartaria, Tartaria all the time. He talks about the toroidal field as well, the energized system we live in, but Nathan finds it ridiculous to think in terms of an energized environment, that there might be a prevailing force from, well, above or below. I see it in terms of a plunger. So as everything goes up and down, there are limitations. You have a vacuum above, so everything is sort of constricted within. But Nathan sets his stall out, and beyond his stall he will not go. And remember, friends, these are the most significant characters in history, in a sense. Think about it. Who else are you going to go for? Einstein? Patricia Steere will be one day the most famous woman in history. And she knew it from the outset as well. That's why she disappeared. Will we all meet again? Patricia, I'd have a drink with Patricia at any time. But the minute you fucking started lying to me, Patricia, what am I going to do? Say, man, girl, you're lying to me here. You're mad, girl. Who the fuck am I? Another question. Who the fuck am I? I'm a nobody. But who the fuck is anybody? By the way, YouTube is a creation of the hidden hand. It's all the same process. If you notice the thumbs up or thumbs down, the word thumb is to be found at the very center of your keyboard. I can see it right now on an X. Look at it. Look down, or just stand up away from your keyboard and just find the word thumb on the very center X of your keyboard. Now, a thumb up or thumb down, thumb backwards is, well, BMUHT. Pronounce it out. Say it 10 times. What word do you come up with? There's a question. Type it in chat if you know. I'm going to sing a few songs now. So I was singing this today, and I got lots of good. I got a really good response from one particular girl who was up to Horizon Mask. I reckon the mask is a beak, reminds us of a beak, admiral bird. If I continue my nose on and extend my upper palate outwards, I see a beak, friends. I see a beak. Remember I talked about connecting male and female behind? It's sort of connected in this manner. So the back of this hand would be like this, look, but the shoulder would come around like this. And this then would allow um, propulsion to the natural medium, which is not how we experience it now. Everything's unnatural. So, I'm going to play this again. And Limerick got to hear this today, and they got to hear it last time. I think when I talked about the fucking traveling, excuse my language, the traveling troupe, they were weary circus performers. These are the same people who were there the last time, and they're just going from town to town with the same banner. And fair enough, the message is fair enough. Corona is, they say, more exaggerated than a hoax, right? They say RTE, the main national radio, television and radio station, are the real virus and all this sort of stuff. They just go from town to town, short of it. I met one guy and I knew him because he worked in a place I used working in Ennis when I was living there. And I don't mean, I'm not judging anybody. It's not, how would you say, a man of few words, really, a man of limited conversation. I don't like to say limited intelligence. I don't like to say that, but it's along those sort of lines. I don't mean that, and honestly, I don't mean that. Because, and I did question him about a few things. And you know what he came back saying to me? Well, Bill Gates. He was talking about Bill Gates and his depopulation. And when I started talking about, like, well, okay, you've got to read that where? How did you so easily come by this information, this vital information about one of the richest men in the world? Surely if he was that rich, he would present himself as a beneficiary, the ultimate hero in a sense. But here he's been painted as the ultimate anti-hero. I didn't get to go that far. His mind drifted off, and he was part of the greater crew. But anyway, I got to meet them and talk to them afterwards. Beforehand, remember I talked about, I took the microphone and I started saying, yeah, Corona's a hoax and all this. But I encouraged the people to think about how obvious the hoax was and how it's up to you yourself to ask these questions and come to realizations. And I said then, once you come to these realizations, then you're ready for, well, flat Earth, Corona, flatten the curves and tied into flat Earth. And beyond that, then the legal name fraud. And then I said it, the mic was switched off, so I went away. I sort of spoke a bit afterwards, just without the mic, just saying, see how all these guys are put in place. They don't want you to talk about certain things. But anyway, I met them all afterwards, and they were just gathering around. I was walking home, and I started talking to them. And every one of them was distant. It was distracted. Every one of them. And I was going, what's going on here? And I asked them straight enough questions. If we were like all, aware of this massive hoax, we should all be more, like I was, passionate about these things. And maybe what's getting to the heart of the truth of the core of matters. But they were all distracted. And every one of them I talked to were the same. I asked them about flat Earth. A few of them didn't care. One of them guessed it was the case. But again, looked away, distracted in nature. It's not as if they were all gathering to go to a pub because all the pubs were closed. So my conclusion is I walked away. I asked him. I said, "You're all paid to do this, aren't you? You're controlled opposition." And your man goes, "Well, sure, yeah, sure I am. I was looking for 800 today, and I had to set it for 500 for the day out. That's sort of a custom response, you know." But yeah, I could tell it. And now I just accepted it's true because I could sense the weariness, and it's like the crisis actors in a sense. But imagine having to do the Boston bombings on a daily basis, go from town to town in your bus, and just go through the same spiel of shenanigans. In a sense, that's what Nathan Oakley does. In a sense, my friends, that's what Globebusters do. In a sense, my friends, that's what Anthony Riley does, especially the slippery lawyering type. If you go back to the early days, once you get beyond flat Earth, well, then ether has to be a consideration. Riley was at the very core of denying ether and saying everything came back to density and buoyancy. And Riley, being the slippery lawyering type who entered the scene with a one-on-one Skype relationship, an interaction with Mick West. Mike West, first of all, made it on with Joe Rogan, who shared his show with Elon Musk, the world's wealthiest man. So put two and two together, and where will you go? I'll tell you where you go, friends. That's a blast of energy. That's a blast of energy now. If only I had some cocaine or something. That was an energy transfer from the music singing to the can of beer. Got a six-pack tonight. So, Sean to friends, cheers. So, I am Tessa, Adrian. I mentioned that in the message there. I am in Irish is Tome, T-A-me. Irish is a very encoded language, and yeah. The letters are all important. What was the origin of Corona? It was a bat, B-A-T. Bat. Batman. Goat man. A goat is a very symbolic Masonic offering. What would that represent? Go, AT. And even when we look at the word go, look at the simplest of words. Learn to read the words again. Look at the simplest of words. Stop, go. S-T-O-P. Is the P at the end, as we talked about the pi. Why is pi, written with capital P-I? So I am P. Why might that be? How would you write a country song there? I'll be how my best come to be. I am Q. Actually, I am Q. Where's Channel Q? Channel Q was one of the few female contributors in this arena, hardly genuine. She was associated with Math Powerland, but Channel Q was in the early days, she admitted this, if it's a she. But one of the chief female bowler board antagonist, anti-conspiracy crew members, which was Channel Q. What's in a name? Sometimes everything is in a name. Especially for the actors in play, if they're privy to a greater secret, then they must reveal themselves. They must do it. They must do it. How do they do it? The rumpus. You might try analyze Piche, but the ultimate truth of it is that Sheehan is the family name from the very earliest of times. My nickname is Shay, S-H-E-A. How they came about? Well, Sheehan can be Shahan as well, S-H-E-A-H-A-N. Sheehan is of peace in Irish. So I'm Peter of Peace. Pita is associated with Osiris. And well, the Oscar statue, as I mentioned the last time, so the Oscar statue is built on. So Pita, being the primary disciple of Jesus, the je suis, when you put the I back in, is significant. But yeah, Peter is the God-given, creator-given name. My mother and my father named me that after my mother's father, who is Peter Hayes. My mother is Hayes. And yeah, Shay, so Pete Shay, there you go. Time for another song. And see the Mercedes symbol from Sirius in the sky, friends. If you're in and around the British Isles area, have a look out. Sirius in a clear sky. You should be able to see it. Remember, no matter where you are on Earth, if you see the sun, if you see a particular star, if you see the moon, we're looking at the same zero center point of reflection. The reason you can see it is via the intervening medium, which once again is mostly water vapor towards the ground level. Once you rise higher, the stars tend to disappear, and it's only 60,000 feet, which is what, 12 miles? You go down the road 12 miles in 2 minutes. You know what I mean? That sort of distance. That's mad. That's mad. Now that is fucking mad. That's mad. And we've been bamboozled. We've been confounded so much. But all is part of a helping a growing process, right? Just to give us a sense of contrast. This is the nature of this dual state. Without one opposite, we can't appreciate the other opposite. Ultimately, we're maybe all knowing, so there's no opposites. But in this duality, in this divided state, it's only via the opposition that we can come to know. Okay, let me think of a new word in that context, a very good word now. So it's only via the opposition. Of course, that's what I talk about the Boulder-Borg opposition, that we can come to know the position. That's good, man. Yeah. That's good. So this song's for Joy, who's the next door neighbor, and she likes this song. She doesn't sing very often, not that we're in too much contact, but she doesn't sing very often. The last time I saw her, and over a few drinks, her dad's birthday next door, Patty, she sang this song. So I know this song, and then I got the harmonica, and I sang along on the night, but then I got the harmonica and sort of added my own twist to it, and definitely look forward to Joy singing along with this new version next time. So this song is for Joy. Not that she listens or anything, but that she knows anything about this really. Although she does know that Barack Obama is Will Smith from me. Although she doesn't believe it, but she does love Donald Trump as well. So I don't know how all that's going. Although I have an idea because I went over to the shop for cigarettes last week, and the bouncer on the door, or this week, whenever, was telling me how Donald Trump has been wrong so much in a sense, and he has a perfect right now to call martial law because all of these anomalies statewide are occurring. Said I'm not even following that number. You understand? It's all scripted. It's not. But he seemed to be stuck in that layer. But yeah, Joy thinks Donald Trump is a hero as well, or gas. So this song's for Joy. Maybe we'll get to it too. I have to just go up. She lives up the road. I could just go up to her anytime, I guess. I might do that now. I mean to do that and just say. Uh, so just like Raglan Road earlier on, written by famous Irish poet Patrick Kavanagh, this was a poem written by another, probably Ireland's most famous poet, who turned out to be an Englishman, but another massive clue giver. In the end of Patrick Kavanagh's poem, he talked about um, when the angel rules the clay, he'll lose his wings at the dawning of the day, or he'll lose his wings at the dawn of the day. W.B. Yeats was a member of the Golden Dawn Society. Aristarchus is anagram of Christ, A-U-R-A, Christ Ora, or Christ Golden, which is A-U, Ra, Sun. So I think all these people are insiders. So just pay attention to the lyrics, and I'll do so, I'm sure, myself in a different light, in the now light. But pay attention to the lyrics and see what that to tell us in light of these messages sort of being transmitted to people in the greater realm. WBH was a poet pretty much active about 100 years ago. Actually, pretty much dead. Actually, more than 100 years ago. His very prime time was turned on the 19th, 20th century. Um, so, 120 years ago. So he has to be let. This is what I keep saying about all of this. You have to be let into secrets. And I've been let into no secrets, friends. I can say that categorically. I'm in a direct way. Secrets are all throughout everything. It's a matter of us gathering the eyes to see. Which, well, when we look back at the Cave of Treasures and as a bit of matter, Adam's and Eve's story following their expulsion from the Garden of Eden, they talk about how their eyes are different, how they don't see like they used to see. And everything is pulled out of this main seed, right? But yeah, clues are everywhere. So they're let in on a greater secret, and they end up playing a role for the whole of their lives because they're let in on them. Outside of anything freely available, any obviously have personal interactions, encounters, and gather, glean what I will from them. A lot of them online have been documented on my auntie's channel. I've been on for ages. They had to get rid of me because I was talking too much, asking too many difficult questions. I was asking Brandon Toy, not particularly, but I was, how did you get onto Alex Jones' show? What's your position now? Because he left the army apparently because he objected to how everything was going. He just saw a lot of bullshit. He doesn't go too deep into it, like because I don't know, but or he didn't anyway. But when I was to ask those type of questions, and when I was to ask what's your position on 9/11 or the 9, I put it more strenuously and say what's your position on 9/11 media and votes at this stage. But then you have a lot of humming and hawing and yeah, difficult questions. And when you have gatekeeping operations, it's all a help to realize what questions are difficult and you, the observer, and the listener, discern. All right. Getting back to bed. So yeah, pay attention to the lyrics if you wish, and getting to the whole. That was a Freudian, definitely a subliminal, a greater knowledge slip. Because I was just about to say Sally Gardens, the word Sal itself, S-A-L. What does that represent? And so getting to the heart of matters, maybe. This is my little take on a well-established number, and yeah, this is for joy as well. Down by the sand, gardens, my love and all. We passed the sand, gardens, with the sea like you. We take nothing easy, and the rest goes on. But I'll be the field down by the river, big sand, and on the shoulder, way so slow, let me take my beat, but I'll be young. Down by Sally Gardens, smile we pass the Sally but I'll be just lost the pectum at the end. So 1 minute, please. I hope that came across okay, friends. Down by the Sally Gardens. So that brings me to mind of another song. You can be sure it's all related. Slip inside the eye of your mind. Don't you know you might find a better place to play? You said that you'd never been when the places you'd see didn't fade away. So I started a revolution in my head, because I said the dreams I had into my bed. Step outside and summertime's cool. I'm up beside my clothes, take my love from my face. You ain't never gonna hold my heart. Sally away, she knows it's true. There's no walking on. So sad to burn. Don't back in heard you say. So Sally can wait. Sally, I reckon sexual love. That's what, right down to the very lower aspect, Lilith. And we're told that Lilith, just thinking on the fly here, so Lilith rejected Adam because of a sexual position. She didn't like being subordinate, being on the bottom. So yeah, so Sally can wait. Sexual love. Why did the angels fall? Because of their what's this? A beautiful word mentioned. It's a beautiful word, but it applies to all of us. If it doesn't apply to you, you're a freak. Let me try get the pronunciation right, and if not the spelling, lascivious nature, due to our lascivious nature. Look it up, friends. Now, to be lascivious, is it lascivious? Lascivious. You get the idea anyway. I think it's lascivious. Let me try spell it. Actually, that'd be better. Just type it in here. Lech. I say Evious. That's not coming up. I have a feeling there's an extra segment in it. Lascivious. Haha, lascivious. Yeah. Yeah, so it's lascivious. So let me just read out the definition for it. That's what it is. Lascivious. Feeling or revealing an overt sexual interest or desire. That's spelled. Let me share that. Does that look right to you in terms of the spelling? That looks wrong to me now in terms of the spelling. Another Mandela, maybe. Share screen. Entire screen. Does that look right to you, friends? So I've typed in lascivious, right? So lascivious. Does that look right to you? Anyway, that's the word I was thinking about, but it doesn't look right, does it? Feeling or lascivious. Yeah. Okay. Feeling or revealing an overt sexual interest or desire. Yeah. So when the angels are condemned because of their lascivious or lascivious nature, well, why would that be? Why were the sons of God tempted by the daughters of man? Who created the daughters of man? The question, isn't it? Who created the daughters of man? God had to know the devil's intent from the very outset. God created the devil. So what might that tell us? But yeah, so Sally can wait. Down by the Sally Gardens. So this lascivious love. She's a driving force behind the spunky male. Isn't it funny? In Ireland or England here, spunk is a dirty word because that represents semen or ejaculate. Whereas in America, when small, you're spunky, man. It's like Woody's. Over here is a hardware store, and a Woody over there. I'm sure there's Woodies over in America as well, but while a Woody is a hard on, and of course getting back to tree parts as well, isn't it? Isn't it all a game of clues when you think about it? But yes, that lascivious nature that rolls off the tongue, lascivious or lascivious, right? Lascivious nature of man, well, tempted, right? And there's where the letter itself, Sally, Sallu. Y and the U are equivalent, or the Y and, well, YOU, right? You are you. So you, YOU is you. That's what we're telling you. And when you see the capital, the construction of the letter Y, you have 2 and 1. But can you blame yourself for your lascivious nature? I think you can blame yourself for what you do with your bodily fluids. If you succumb and do wrong by these most special imbued bodily fluids, and you give way to lasciviousness. I think this is the real sin, and we're told not to spill our seed. So once we come to realize the true value of our seed, well then we can see the sin in spilling it. All it's an opposite sin. You're after wasting all of that. Don't spill your seed. That doesn't mean you don't process your seed. And I think ultimately this is where the deeper secret, the body of Christ comes into it. And I talked about IPS, talking about this sort of stuff on his own right. He's a Freemason. He was 32nd degree Freemason, according to himself. But he talks about the wafer at Catholic Communion representing the semen. And, well, I can see how, I can see why. Because we look greater, what applies to one must apply to all. So yeah, once again, it's bridging this divided disconnection. That's how I see it. And when you fast, especially coming into Easter time, Easter time, when you fast, well, your stomach acid dries up, and well, you have a clear passageway through your system, through your second brain, through your gut, the grand unifying theory of the gut, which Einstein was always looking for. So yeah, whatever you consume, it is a consummation to be devoutly wished for. That's another Shakespeare quote. Let me try. Well, if anything occurs and it's appropriate, let me put that as a specific intent. But yeah, a consummation, communion. Um, so many others, commandments. Every website, well, for the most part, every website you type in ends in com. Count how many times the word "com" is mentioned in Revelations 22. It's like you're getting to the end of the book, or you're getting to the end of the video game now, and you still haven't solved it yet. So we're fucking throwing out loads of clues at you, and come on, you got to pick them up. You got to come, like the Beatles, come together right now with me. I know what key that is. I know what key I was right there. Come together. I don't think I've ever played that song. Come together right now with me. All songs, don't have any heroes, friends. All songs, write a song yourself. Write a song yourself. All creation. I think more about creation and artistic expression. I think a bird needs to care about that. But we know everything anyway. So everything is sort of like a shattered effort in terms of artistic expression anyway. A sort of shattered effort to represent truth, because we've been separated from truth. But once we're whole again, I don't know any art, and again I say artifice, art, right? And it won't matter. It doesn't matter. It's a different realm. We look beyond the creatures as well in that way. I think every creature is excellent at what they do. And they're made for what they do. And well, we're made to find out what we are to do. And it's only via the contrast then that we come to appreciate. Imagine you realized by true nature you could fly. That wouldn't be so bad then, would it? I'm going to give this a try with the harmonica, actually, because, well, it's 12. It's like the clock at 0042. My mother's out visiting a friend, and I haven't played it out loud with the harmonica, so I'm just see how it goes. Now, another clue for you, right? So, isn't it, as I was talking about the Sally Gardens, Bob Dylan fans out there, you would have heard of the song Ballad of the Thin Man. The thin man is the penis. Once you understand that the thin man is the penis, now you listen to the words, right, of what's been said throughout this freaky encounter. Is the best way to. You walk into the room with your pencil in your hand. You see somebody naked and you say, "Who is that man?" You try so hard, but you just don't understand just what you're gonna say when you get home. Something's happening, but you don't know what it is. Do you, Mr. Joe? You have your ticket, you go watch the game. Who immediately walks up to you when you hear you scream. He says, how does it feel to be such a freak? And he says, here's your drug bag, thanks for the loan. Something's happening, but you don't know what it is. Do you, Mr. Joe? You raise up your head and you ask, is this where it is? And somebody points to you and says, it's here. You say, what's mine? And somebody else says, well, what is? And you say, oh my God, am I here so alone? Something's happening, but you don't know what it is. Do you, Steve Jones? You had many contacts with lumberjacks and Asian backs. When someone attacks your imagination, just get the chance to tax deductible charity organization. Given the professors and old lecturers with great lawyers with disguise and weapons and crooks. You read all of them, Scott Fitzgerald's books now. You are very well read. It's well known. Something is happening, but you don't know Sword swallower, he comes up to you and then he crosses himself and then he clicks his eye. But I further notice he asks you how it feels and says, here is your throwback, thanks for the love. Something's happening and you know what it is. Do you? It's the joy. The one-eyed midget, he's shouting the word now. Say what does this mean? You say what we're talking about. Says when you are a cow now, give me some milk or else go home. The one-eyed midget demanding milk. Something's happening, but you don't know what it is. Mr. John. You walk into the room like a camel and you frown. Put your eyes in your pocket and your nose to the ground. There ought to be a law against you coming around. Well, you should be made to wear the earphone. Something's happening, but you don't know. Mr. John. Something's happening, but you don't know what it is. Do you, Mr. John? That wasn't too bad. I liked it. I mean, a few errors anyway, just in the coordination to the harmonica. But oh well. Now, did the clue at the start mean anything to you when you listen to it in different sounds? all the way through. It's about the penis. So the second last verse, the one-eyed midget shouting the word now. Must have it. Must have it. Um, earphones in 60s ends was a, what do you call it? What's that word? Oh, there's another word now I have to think of. It's a good word now, so we were waiting for. Um, search my brain. So along the lines of metaphor, anyway. So what the earphones represent, the condom. So there ought to be a law against you coming around. The same story been told. This is what the transgender stuff is about as well. Not be getting us back to the core of our experience here, the heart of matter. Um, what's the word for that? Okay, I think I look put that on hold. Can I? So getting beyond the first. Oh well, I mean, I didn't even need to get beyond the first song they sang because everything connected so much with it. But yeah, when it comes to um, Hartelut, Shakespeare, Thomas More, Utopia, Oasis sang "So Sally Can Wait." Is that the name of the song? "So Sally Can Wait." Don't Look Back in Anger, of course it is. Don't Look Back in Anger, which is also a reference to another famous play. I'm not sure who was it by. Was it the same author as Cat on a Hot Tin Roof? I'm not sure. But yeah, all interconnected references. Now that I think about it, Liam Gallagher is on record MTV TV, and he was asked about 9/11. And he said something along the lines of "It's all bullshit. It's all made up," or something like that. Also, a guy in Belgium, the Belgian Parliament a few years ago, said exactly the same thing. 9/11 wasn't so. It's not true. It's all made up. It's all unreal. We don't get to hear about that too much. But where are the flat earthers talking about that? Therein lies the rub, right? Therein lies the rub. So yeah, if there's been any errors in transmission, if I've been mute all this time, I don't think so. I checked briefly that the volume was coming through. If the sound is buzzing or something like that, sorry about that. I don't know what better to do really. I should test it, I suppose, and just do a test hangout. But sure, you know the story at this stage. Oh, Irish Demon, here we go, man. Get yourself on fucking line here. I don't mind. Get yourself online, Irish Demon. I didn't fucking do that. All your shitty moderators did that. There's a chat. Jump on, Irish Demon. Let's be seeing your Irish balls. There's the chat here. I want to come on and have a genuine chat to you. You're a genuine Irishman. You're a genuine inquirer. You'll be able to answer some of my questions. But yeah, I didn't dash away from anything. You banned me, man. Your channel, and I heard you saying that one of them timed me out, said I deserved to be timed out for that. So no, I didn't run away from anything. There's the what do you call it now. And as you join, what time is it here? 1 o'clock. I play another song or two before it gets too late. But I can talk for another hour or so or whatever. I'd be re-energized with StreamYard, which gives me 20 hours a month. So I'm only into the first few hours of that. So jump on, man, Irish Demon, and consider a change of name as well. Whatever that's about, Irish Demon. D-man. Are you an unman? When you D something, you put D before something, D-E. You divide, for instance, or you demolish. So if you demand yourself and then and place yourself as not just an ordinary man, D-man, an Irish D-man. Yeah, what's that about, man? Jump in. I didn't run away from anything. Adrian says, "How you doing, Adrian?" Licentious. That's the word I was looking for. For lascivous, so it's connected as well, right? Lascivous. So licentious is license permission to act out. And maybe lizard is Lazarus, one of the first zombies. No self-control. Okay, well, uh, Turd Ferguson, Peach She A. Yeah, I'm a tranny in disguise. Sure I am. You can tell I'm not a tranny. A few ways you can tell I'm not a transgender. Immediately. First of all, my fucking look. First of all, my look. First of all, my shoulders. Look at my shoulders to head size. My hand size as well. There's a reason why the woman, in general, the woman's index finger is as long as the middle finger, the ring finger. By the way, when you combine with your female counterpart on husbandry and whiffery, well, you both wear a ring, zero, right, which is the eight, so torn apart, put together again, and then you have the eight and the eight when the two hands are held together. You have the eight, right? So this is what that represents. But yeah, you can look at my hands here, massive hands. I can show you my dick if you want. But even as that, you see, you can put on a false dick, but you can change a few things. You can change um, shoulder to elbow ratio. See, these are all actually when you think about it, right? I was thinking about this, Adrian. This is very important in regards to pi as well, right? I'm thinking myself, so I'm just expressing this. So when you think of the one becoming the two, becoming well, whatever else, look at the shoulder. As the shoulder extends, you have the one, the humerus in the center here, and then at the elbow joint it extends to two, and then at the wrist joint it extends to five. So this interconnection. Is this the whole story though? When we consider our divided counterpart, and then we add up, we come to different totals. So I say this is intricate in sort of I think pi consideration. So we got to consider the whole of it, the entirety, and that's interesting. I must make a note of that word entirety because the letters en appear in heaven. Heaven represents the ideal, the perfect. So why are the letters chosen? And everything's broken up as well. Every word presented is broken up. I think in general, two by two. The animals went in two by two. But heaven, Haven. So we have the en at the end. So why might that be? But in its entirety, we have en in at the beginning. They're all significant there for us to work out. And yeah, anyone else I missed? Manny Aviles, that's probably Manny from the puck, the fucking the ice hockey puck. He looked after all the pucks. So I think his story was that he worked on what's Manny Hands. He didn't get many of my jokes, but anyway, he worked in an ice hockey rink, and one of his chief jobs was polishing the pucks. So every puck that had to go out had to be in a highly polished state, to first of all present itself to the international cameras or national or whatever local cameras in a sophisticated way and a clear cut manner, and also then, well, just the symbology of polishing the puck. And there was no better puck polisher than Manny. Manny's hands made light work. So I reckon that's Manny letting us know that that's him. Manny Abiles. Manny Lives. That's what I read from that. Manny Lives. The puck reminds me actually of the bullseye and the dartboard. The very center is the center point represented as well. So in a way, pi is represented in the dartboard, and we have the various. So we think of a dartboard in a two-dimensional form. If we imagine it in a three-dimensional manner, well, this is the wormhole, right? It's the tube, and here we are. I was mentioning YouTube earlier on. How it's ordered with clues with the thumbs up or thumbs down. Well, YouTube. So YouTube. We're a tube. So this is the O, and then, well, everything has to be fitted within the O into the distance. So everything is in motion. Oz is Ozzy, bigger than Elvis. Black Sabbath was not a cover band, but they covered Elvis. Blue suede shoes. Yeah, I mean, fucking hell, I think they're all coming at everything is coming at the same thing from a different point. That's what I think, Adrian. That's what I really think. And I don't know much about Black Sabbath or Elvis. I reckon Elvis is John Cotner, we were always meant to figure out as well, who looks a bit like me actually. I think about John Cotner. If you type in John Cotner is Elvis, you'll what do you call it? You'll come to your own conclusions. I reckon he is, and I reckon I also chatted to him in text form over at a thread in ATS, above top secret, when conspiracy forums were getting to the heart of certain matters. This character, John Cotner, joined, and after a while, the thread went on for ages. After a while, then it just became clear that it was him. It was him, and I just sort of read between the lines as well. So I just sent a message, and he responded to it as well, just telling him how much my mother loved. Elvis died at 40. By the way, you know, Adrian, Elvis died 42. The king of pop, he died on the throne, right? The throne. So yeah, all symbolic, and yeah. So I reckon John Cotner is Elvis, just like I reckon well, the fake John Lennon was fake assassinated by Mark Chapman in the what do you call it, buildings in New York. So it's all so character driven in a sense, and we were always meant to figure it out, just like we were always meant to figure out. I was always meant to figure out Will Smith was Barack Obama. I was always meant to figure it out. By the very fact that they had that interview together and you don't see the two of them in the same shot. It's always meant to figure it out. So I think it's the same thing with Elvis. And if I'm wrong, it's okay. So I don't think so though, and it doesn't even matter. So I say Elvis, John Cotner, and Mark. Sorry, not Mark. Mark Stacey is John Lennon, the real original John Lennon. Well, I don't believe he left his wife. So the fake John Lennon left for Ono, and then that drama continued on in conjunction with the Paul/Fall fake. Remember, Paul/Fall is the dodo, right? So this divided state, and yeah, that was a whole different. Look at Ringo Starr right now. Type in an image of Ringo. Let me type in fucking Ringo. Excuse me. No, I don't mean to f and blind. Why am I sharing? Okay, you can see me at the corner. Okay, let me type in Ringo Starr here. So Ringo Starr, first of all. Well, Paul is a dodo. He's bandmates. Ringo Starr. George Harrison. George Harrison is the most significant character of the Beatles. And George is no middle name, funny enough. But George Harrison is the most significant man. So Paul is a dodo. The dodo, remember, the dodo represents a divided state of Earth. So the map of the Earth, looking down on the Earth, leasing the map, post-destruction, post-felling of Aristarchus, but also representing the divided state of us, male from female, self from self, in a spiraling fashion downward, because Aristarchus expresses in a spiral fashion. So when we look at the Dodo's band members, first of all, we have John Lennon. He's a very Jesus-like figure. Remember, the Beatles are bigger than Jesus. So yeah, beyond that we have George Harrison and Ringo Starr. So Harrison Starr. Harison, son, S-U-N, son. Sun is a star, etc. So ultimately we get Hari star, Hari star, which is Ringo Starr as well, and well, Cuss. So Hari star, because Cuss is a diminutive, a shortened version of the name Jesus in Spanish. So we have, yeah, that association. My nose looks a bit bent here. I actually broke my nose. I fell off the bed. I definitely broke my nose, and I sort of tried to move it. But now the camera isn't quite level as well, so I don't think my nose is out of shape as much as it appears here. But I can see it definitely out of shape. I fell on the ground and smacked my nose after too much cider. But yeah, George Harrison, Aristarchus, Hari Krishna. He went into Hari Krishna, and he also learned this sitar. So yeah, lots of different clues. Zion in Oz, right, man? Right. Well, coronation. So we think about the T in relation to the Z. Coronation, Corona Zion. So the actual structure of the letters themselves. So we have a left and a right, a top, a middle, and a bottom. Well, then look at the A, for instance. We have from the left bottom to the right middle, top, to the left bottom to the middle top, from the right bottom to the middle top, and then a line across the center, close enough to the center anyway. So yeah, all of these representations in relation to the H, because H U man. So that recognition of direction, upwards and downwards, upwards representing immaterial, getting closer to immaterial, even though that's, I think, well, downwards. If we step to the other side, our head is reversed, right? So our head is at the other orientation to our legs as it is on this side. And when I say the other side, I mean to the north center, and the bubble at the other side, the intact tree of life at the other side. So yeah, everything is inverted and reversed. And you want to look at a Z, when you talk about, when I look at the Z on the screen, I think about it going from its left to the right, down from the top right to the bottom left, which is the correct way, as opposed to the bottom right up to the top left, which is the N with the two crossbars. I think to myself, well, am I looking at it in inverse? So whatever conclusions I come to, am I getting arse about elbow? That's very possible. I gotta fucking reorientate myself, as we all do. Running in medicinal, I'm going back a while now, but yeah, I'm going back a good while. Gamesters of Triskelion was episode 216 of Star Trek. Well, that's interesting. And the Triskelion, what do you call him? Anthony Riley came on the scene with his Isle of Man, long distance observations, revelations, really debunking the Globert. It was long since debunked, right? But yeah, the Isle of Man, we know the capital is Joe Douglas, and their emblem, national emblem, is the Triskelion, which is the three limbs. So three limbs to the same center. And in a way, this applies to the moon as well. I'm certain of it. And shit, I mean, the number of thoughts I'm sort of having to revisit and saying, I thought about that before, and I made a note somewhere to remember to go back to it and just develop it deeper. But I never get there. I never get there because why? I don't know. Maybe I'm waiting too earnestly for the end or the beginning. But once again, I'm sure the truth is already known anyway. 2.88 mile mushroom is here, man. How you doing, bud? Jimbo Khan, I haven't seen you in ages, Jimbo. I listened to Jimmy Towers when I was still in the Matrix. Well, Jimbo, I know you've been having, well, the last, if you're still here, the last, what do you call it, recollection I have of anything you've written or said, because I haven't seen you in ages, was your displeasure at coming to realize that the whole arena, or at least many people within the arena, are sort of put in place and acting a limited part, acting a limited part. I'm not sure where you stand on that. If you're still here, let us know. And of course, you have to question everybody, question me, myself, question, don't believe any old fucker. But my, what do you call it? My expression on that would be you're always meant to see through the limited roles, the limited parts, limited aspects of the characters. And it's by what they won't talk about, what they won't develop upon, as opposed to what they will continuously dwell on. Well, that will tell you somewhat. That will tell you somewhat. Now, of course, you have to realize there's many different layers. So once you leave a certain gate-kept environment, well, prepared for the next. If you're not prepared for the next, no matter what information is presented, but then you haven't learned from the previous. And, if you want to decide whether I'm genuine or not, that's up to you. That's up to you. How would you go about testing me, I guess, if you wanted to go down that pathway? But no, good to see you, Jim. So Mick Plop, Mick Plop 2 says, sorry guys, my drunk friend is here again, being silly and typed that stuff in the chat just then. Not sure if it showed up. Anyway, I'll try not to let it happen again. Sorry. That's his drunk friend. Whoever that is, Mick Plop. Mick Plop 2. Okay. Good servant. How you doing? At 10:09, Michael Jackson was tight with Princess Diana. Well, of course he was, Adrian. And if we follow the story, well, not to get too deep into it, Michael Jackson ultimately faked his death and returned as a five alive dodo. Michael Jackson, Black and White. Michael Jackson, the most iconic song, the Earth song. The dodo is 422 years old this year, and the dodo representing the changing face of the Earth and the divided state of man, but 4/22/2020 was Earth Day. I say it's all scripted. It's not. It can't all be coincidental. And yeah, there's so many rabbit holes you can go down. And the best advice I can offer myself and anyone else is just simplify everything. See how it applies to you. This is your home. This is your being. There's interconnection between both. And yeah, all the stories these characters, these actors on the stage are telling, it concerns and connects you with you. So I don't see any sign of Irish Demon. Hey, did you chicken out this time? Did you piss off Irish Demon? You obviously, I think you're in Australia, so you were in good time. So what, did you piss off? Are you a little chicken shit? Are you a little chicken shit when you don't have your moderators behind you? Because I did ask you the question in chat when I saw you as a Flat Earth Live hangout, and you were getting loads of fucking super chats. Loads of super chats as well. When I asked you when the Earth was first proven to move, a basic foundational consideration when it comes to the shape and nature of the Earth, was the Earth first proven to move scientifically or otherwise, the way all theorizing to that point could be confirmed, and all future theorizing into the realms beyond Earth, right, could continue with confidence. You had no idea. You had none. No idea. No idea. Very basic consideration when it comes to flat Earth arena. The very first core thing. Well, they said the Earth is moving, and now I'm going to believe that the Earth is moving, that I'm on 1,000 miles an hour around itself, 60,000 miles an hour around the sun, 600,000 miles an hour around at the center of the galaxy, 600 million miles. Yeah, but I don't feel anything. But so because you go, oh, it doesn't matter to me. Your game is sort of revealed pretty much straight away. But yeah, I don't see you jumping in. Let me post the link in chat as well. We have no excuse. Anyone, jump in, have a chat. If you want. I have another smoke here, and I'm getting out squeezing another song. So let me think about what song I'll squeeze in. I think the same chat I have here on StreamYard is on what do you call it, on YouTube as well. The coronator is coroner's black law. Sounds more like brain diarrhea to me, says Dr. Leo. That's fair enough, man. Well, there's only, what is it, 3 people listening, so that's okay. Yeah, death and the tombstone. What is death all about ultimately, TT, I guess? There's a link again. Let me have another. I actually think about it when you break down. I think death is TH, right? So DEATH. So we oppose, right, the ATH, but A itself is sort of dividing letter of the TH. So the DE and the A cancel themselves out, and we're left with the TH. And it's not the end. It's not the end. Just remember that death is not the end. Actually, let me just looking at Sirius as well outside. It'd be interesting to on 1/1/2020, so the turn of the new year. How far south is Sirius still visible? So, just as it's just above the horizon towards the greater north, how far south is it visible? I'd say it has to be visible all the way to the extents, all the way. It has to be. If that's the case, I can fucking see it outside my window here, like it's right there, just like the moon, just like everything is right there. So in a sense, when I look around, if I went up to a local hill and looked around 360 degrees, I see three-quarters of the universe. Three-quarters of the universe, because everything is a reflection off of the barrier, the watery mirror-like barrier, a certain contour and dimension. And this is where the contour is all important. I've seen representations of the magnetic electric field going in four directions, and one is elongated, another is more compressed. I say that's got to do with the contour of the barrier itself. It wouldn't work in a circular expression emanation, but we're in a more oval, elliptical, eye-shaped sort of fashion. It would work, whereas one side would be stretched out. Any expression coming from beneath would be stretched out more so this way than it would be on the latitude lines. This is what latitude lines represent: 0 to 90 to 0 again, right, as we go around the racing track, around the oval athletic track in the sky. And then the 360-degree longitudinal reference points represent that full track. So from the center, which is not even the center, it's from the center is excluded from the beginning of the track to a long ways to the center meridian point, the equator we'd call it. Well, then you have a certain number of degrees, 69 miles, 111.1 kilometers per degree. And I think this gives us a clue towards working out the dimensions. But yeah, going from 0 at the equator, and why do you place 0 at the equator, all the way to 90 north and 90 south. This is 180 degrees going around in an oval track, and then the 360 degrees is going along the longitudinal lines from the center point out. What does it help to know that? What does it help to know that? Fuck's sake. Does it help to even think that? It helps. It helps. It helps about the picture. But to know that there's no one, or at least overtly talking about these considerations, it's okay, man. Who am I out to convince? I could spend so much time trying to convince people who would never be convinced, and I haven't indeed done that. In the early days, I took all of these. Anyone I encounter, I'd take it, to be honest. If you're not, if you will show it, will reveal itself. And yeah, I certainly have done that. Oh, well, Adrian, how you doing, man? We've never spoken before. Let me before I add you here, right, man. Let me just sing. I'll go sing a last song because I won't get a chance to in a few minutes when the comes in. Excellent, man. Hang on just a couple of minutes. It's gonna be a great chat. Man. Okay. And actually, this song chorus itself, I know we're dealing with people who are already privy to greater truth and knowledge via whatever means. So, nothing unusual, nothing strange, close to nothing at all. Same old scenario, the same old rain, and there's no explosions here. Something unusual, something strange, comes from nothing at all. I saw a spaceship outside your window. You see it disappear. Make me sound my world and rename the story of gold. Tell her I give strawberry to the end of the century. There's a place for you and me. Nothing unusual, nothing strange, just a little older, that's all. You know when you find out that's something I've learned, 'cause you feel it when they take it away. Hey, something unusual, something strange, comes from nothing at all. I'm not a fool, you're not a saint, just another soldier on the road to nowhere. Come sit on my road and read me the story of gold. Tell it like you used to the end of the century. There's a place for you and me. Come sit on my road and read me the story of gold. Tell it like you used to the end of the century. There's a place for you and me. Talking about the story of old. No better than Adrian here. Story of old Adrian. How you doing, man? You're on. Maybe you should look at the YouTube and turn that off or something.
Hello, Pete.
How you doing, man? How you doing?
You can hear what I'm saying?
Now I can, and it's coming through in real time, and it's coming through good. Your screen is black. If that's intentional, that's okay.
Okay. My Irish friend. Yeah, I've been in your chat for 5 years.
Well, that's all I can do visually picture you as a black screen, because I've seen all the text and I've seen all of the fantastic ideas and connections delivered, but I've never had a face to put to the man. But that's okay as well. If you don't mean to have a black screen on, by the way, maybe that's a problem with the transmission, but that's okay if you do.
I can unblack. No problem.
Isn't it because I'm black? How you doing, Adrian? How you doing, man? Oh, there you go.
Good.
Oh, there you go. I see two people there, do I? Oh, I see what. Okay, man, that's cool. That's excellent, man. How you doing? Listen, forget about the visuals. Shit, man, shit. That last song I sang, Amy, sit on my wall and tell me the story of O. So O is ultimately obviously connected with pi, and pi is ultimately obviously connected with your journey, Adrian. Do you wanna take a few minutes? Anyone who might be listening, not maybe not okay, okay. Anyone who might listen back afterwards, just to give a brief. There you go, man. That's better. You don't have to do that, man. I mean, honestly, you don't have to. You show what you want to show. But excellent. That's great to see you, and great to talk to you as well. I have to say that.
Yeah, you scooped me out of Bro Sanchez's chat 5 years ago.
Was it that long? Unbelievable, man. And has that taken? That's interesting. How does Bro Sanchez fit into your thinking right now? Do you still follow Bro Sanchez, or it, have you estimated his position in all of this, or his role in all of this in any particular way?
Well, yeah, he's a phony, but he's very, very, very funny and informative.
Right, right. Right, and but I guess that's the nature of the phony, isn't it? Phony has to be given some great, great information, but at the vital conjunction point, it lead you astray or lead you nowhere. And I think this is the ultimate sort of layering within gatekeepers. And well, I stopped listening to him ages ago, but I certainly learned that he was talking about some very significant things. Why do you think he was a phony, particularly? What do you reckon, that he wouldn't talk about certain things that you knew he should? What do you think?
He has another identity.
Oh, now was that easy to find out, Adrian, or was it difficult to find out? Because if it was easy to find out, then we were meant to find it out. What do you reckon?
He's a lookalike for Nipsey Hussle.
What? Fuck off! Now, I don't know anything about Nipsey Hussle, but the only thing I do know about him is coming from IPS. And that would be an interesting suggestion to present to that man, Tim, IPS, who, of course, is probably in the same camp as Bro Sanchez. So that's very interesting. Nipsey Hussle. What do you reckon? I don't know. I actually don't know anything about him. I don't know. And was he a rapper or something? He's a black rapper who died, and is an association with sort of Jesus and the Golden Child, if you want. But outside of that, I don't know anything about him. What's Bro Sanchez's position on Nipsey Hussle, if you want? Because I know it's a controversial topic, right? He must have seen through the fakery.
Yeah, Nipsey Hussle is buried in the same cemetery as Rodney King. That's back in the Los Angeles riots of 1990s.
Which is more fabrication, right? More theater. So, are all these connections deliberately being made? I mean, I want to hear you, Adrian, because are you having a drink as well? It's my last can. Very happy to have a drink with you, my friend, and I'd buy you a drink anytime. You connections you've made, I don't understand them completely, but at the back of my mind, I get them. I think I do, and when I think about pi now, and how everything has to pertain to reality, and I think ultimately it is this representation of greater higher power, the God, if you want, into reality, into the material reality, and this translation being represented via pi. That the general gist of where I'm at with that. But how about yourself? Do you want to take a couple of minutes to just not so much me, but maybe the audience and whoever's listening, which is nobody, 3 people, but that's okay, right? But people do listen later on. But you have a lot to say, man. And how do you think? Actually, what do you think? What have you found out about Nipsey Hussle and that whole fake symbolic sort of tale and how it relates to pi? Let's give that in a few terms. And cheers, by the way, if you're having a drink as well, Adrian or TT. I like to call you TT. Cheers, my friend. But what do you think in your own terms? Have you made any associations there between Nipsey Hussle, fake symbolic death, pi, and maybe Bro Sanchez as well?
Hey Pete, is there any feedback?
Not from me. You're coming through, grand. When I stopped talking there, it was like a couple of seconds before you responded, but I can hear you good, man. I can hear you good.
I think Nipsey Hussle was a non-existent rapper. Didn't have any presence whatsoever upon his death.
Really? So there wasn't even an actor. There wasn't even a man in a mask playing the role. Do you think he was a created, a CGI, completely created character? Is that the lines you're talking along?
Right, because he was unknown outside of California.
Right. Okay.
No one ever heard of him.
Right. Okay. Okay. That's very interesting. And just to give you, I say that Mark Zuckerberg doesn't exist, non-existent character. Also, Edward Snowden, just a computer-created character. Maybe built. I know. What's his name? Dallas Goldbug. Interesting choice of name as well. Has associated Mark Zuckerberg with one of the Green family. So the sort of generation of actors playing greater roles. But I think he's a disinformation agent as well. So yeah, I'm on board that they are completely fabricated characters made whole cloth from computer generated ones and zeros. So you think Nipsey Hussle, I can't comment, I don't know shit about this man, but I know he's very significant, and I've heard IPS talking about that greater symbolic significance. But yeah, I should shut up. What do you, so you say, let me just say, you think he doesn't exist at all, created from whole cloth, but with a greater purpose, possibly, with a greater intention?
Yes.
Which have you made any inroads towards discovering the greater story in play?
The Bro Sanchez channel is a racist hangout.
Mm.
I'm there for right now comedy relief.
Okay. What is the limitations then, Adrian? What are Bro Sanchez's limitations?
He used to be a major league symbologist, but he's not so much that now.
Okay.
He's the king of the N-word.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to debate. So, Bro Sanchez, he's a master at what he does.
What would you, if you, okay, and there's about, when I stop talking, there's about, it's coming towards maybe 7 or 8 second delay. I'm not sure if that's what you're hearing or whatever, but yeah, when it comes, he won't debate it, but what particular area, if you had to go and debate him, what guns would you bring to the table? So in other words, what issue would you press with him that you know or you at least find out after you press the issue whether his limitations were certain or not. You know what I mean?
I'm a white boy from the suburbs who attended colleges, so I know about a lot about science. And the Negro community doesn't know anything about science, from from what I understand.
Okay. Okay. Well, um, that's that's a different question itself. But I mean, what is science, and how much can we trust science? And the information presented to us from the body of science. But are you saying that? Well, of course, he delves deep into the symbology and the greater story, sort of beyond science, is what I remember, where Bro Sanchez delved within. But what's his role in all of this? What's his role in? Because obviously he's a major player. He's obviously a major player, and he comes across as genuine and passionate. But what's his role in all of this, and what are his ultimate limitations? Where won't he go? You say he doesn't do the symbology so much anymore, but what does he focus on now? Because that's what he was all about, which was the symbology. When I last listened in, and that must have been a year. No, it has to be 2 years at this stage. I never even listened in too regularly or frequently. Do you know what I mean? So what's his gate? That's the question. I have to go to the loo as well. But what do you call it? Keep talking away, and I'll catch up, Adrian, if you want.
Pete, I'm the same as you. I haven't taken any oaths other than the Boy Scout pledge. Never said the Pledge of Allegiance. I used to mimic it. I don't belong to any organizations of any kind. And I'm trying to figure things out in this bizarre world.
Okay. I sort of heard you saying bizarre world just as I was finishing up inside. But what do you think he knows? What do you think he knows? Do you think he's human? Do you think there are other entities outside of human, as we know human, in play here? What do you think? I mean,
Yeah,
what,
the next race is the cyborgs. Machine and DNA mixed together. There's no doubt.
sure, sure. I'm okay with that, though, Adrian. I'm okay with that because I realize, well, what do I realize? That's a good question, isn't it? Who is me? What is me? When is me? Why is me? But I realize that I am in a divided state. So if any sort of extraneous technology can be applied to ameliorate or build my strengths back up, I guess. I'm okay with that, as long as I know the inner core to me. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's a question. Where is this all leading? I talked earlier on about Zion and the Matrix. Is this the Zion that's being presented to us now via the Corona? The sort of the false paradise, the false utopia, the false escape from the Matrix, which is the spinning ball Earth. Is this what's going to be presented to us next? Yeah, we lived on a flat Earth all along, and now here are the technologies, and you know what I mean. There's been a different story attached to our reality, our history, and everything branches off from that psionic psionic position. You know what I mean? And that's a reference to the Matrix as well. So we know the Matrix is very significant in all of this. I'd definitely like to talk more, just even for myself. I'm a shit researcher, I really am. I'm terrible, but if there's someone talking to me and we're on a sort of a similar level, asking similar questions, who knows where the conversation might lead and who knows what realization will come to play. There's a channel called The Matrix Explained, which I've been coming up quite recently and is revealing lots of different, I would say, truths in inverted commas, but possibilities regarding the true interpretation of the Matrix and all of the different layers, coming back to ultimately, well, I say it comes back to three things: the Oracle, the Architect, and Neo. Well, Trinity as well. That's the Trinity in one. And ultimately, well, the zero, the eight, and the one. And but yeah, do you think we're in? Are you? Let me ask you this, Adrian. Of all people, I ask you this: are you optimistic at this point, this moment, this instant in time? Are you optimistic about what is unfolding at the minute, or are you? Yeah. Are you are you prepared for another? I guess descent into realizing that there's just more layers of the deception in play for all of us. What do you think?
Pete, I think this realm is shot with no hope.
Oh man, you think there's no hope, man? I think there's always hope, man. And even if the worst, oh fucking, I get that as well. I don't want to think that there's no hope. There has to be an ultimate reason for all of this. And I think that even if and I've talked about this as well, if it all comes in my brain that the whole truth isn't revealed and it's just a continuation of, so some truth is revealed, but it's just continuation of the lie. But then the only conclusion I can come to, Adrian, is that we're given the ability to see through that as well and find the hope, find the way. And I say, well, it has to be through the north, and I don't think you can get there directly. And that's where I think Mauritius and the dodo comes in. So maybe, as opposed to being completely hopeless, that would be my one hope, and that would be the quest maybe that I was ultimately meant for. Maybe me and my son Stephen to go to Mauritius, find a way through. I think we live on, as you know, I think we live on the surface of the country of life, and yeah, make our way underneath the barrier, uh, underground, through a tunnel up to the north. So if that might be the only hope remaining, that's a very slim hope, isn't it? But fuck it, I get you, man. I get you. But have you no hope at all? Have you no? Where does it all lead ultimately? I mean, where does it
Pete,
all
I
lead?
think there's hope, but only about the next realm. This realm is shot.
So how do we do? What do we? Remember I mentioned the two. I read the to be or not to be. This is all about suicide. Do we exit here? And the cowards are declared for all of us who are afraid to venture into the unknown, right? And leave the thing that we despise. Despise is a very strong word. Do you despise reality? Do you despise your life? Do you despise the experience you're having here? It's pretty difficult, isn't it? It's pretty lonesome and it's pretty um, hopeless in a sense. Is there hope to be found? Only are you saying only after you die, man?
Yes,
Uh,
but that's not sad.
it's not, but you still have to live out the rest of your life in that knowing misery, knowing that there will be an alleviation, but then you have to wonder about what the purpose of your experience here in life is and who or what put you here. You know what I mean? And look, as I say, Adrian, for me, a 422-year-old Earth in its current divided form changes everything, changes the game, and everything culminates in and around this time. I've considered it, man. Is this the second Tower of Babel? What's happening now? In a sense, it sort of makes sense to me. So they are building a tower to have the heavens. Where are the heavens? I say the heavens are underneath. So whatever's going on up here, maybe Satan repairing this destroyed environment that he is Lord of. But again, yeah, if it is under the veil of, well, illusion, lies, deception, yeah, how can the honest man fit into all of this? And look, I've been wondering this, man. My life is on hold. I haven't seen my beautiful son in 6 years, which is all I have in this life. Because ultimately, my heart holds out for this ultimate resolution for the good. I'm not trying to fool myself. Everything looks as bad can be. How long I'm going to hang on to it, I don't know. But I still have that ultimate hope. And I think Eden has come to us. I really do. TT, if you look at your local sky, I don't know if you can see what I can see. There's a green hue to the sky, the green hue to the sky, which to me signifies the aurora borealis sort of coming to us, what's ever beyond. I think we just got to hang on. But otherwise, I'm with you, man. I know that's a big part of my thinking as well. The only escape is out of this, but then we've been put here for a reason. No one is a more. I'm not going to say no one is a more miserable life than me, but it's pretty dire, I guess. The best you can say. Pretty dire, man.
Yeah, Pete, I think the most important thing is the recognition that everything is a lie in this realm.
Right.
And that's a fantastic hurdle to cross.
Sure. But it was told to us, man. It was told, even in the word life itself, lie is contained, right? With the F, the capital F in the center. But it was told to us via the very start, where Rockabye Baby on the treetop. We were in this divided state. We were in this separation from truth, true nature. But there has to be a purpose to it. Otherwise, there's no purpose to it. If we can only come to the purpose after death, what's the point in life then? And what's the point of you thinking this or me thinking this at this particular time? I think, everything's unraveling, unrolling, and not from an infinite sort of like with the body of science, we're given a definitive 4.5 billion years, we're given a definitive 13.5 billion. I'm sure pi ties in with all of these things. 13.5 billion years to the existence of the universe. When we come to flat Earth, you have a few options. The Bible literally said you have 7.5 or 7,000 years, whatever they tell you, in the thousands of years anyway. But yeah, me in my own brain, the dodo brought me to 422 years, Earth in this current divided form. And that brings resolution or possible resolution all the more close to heart. You know what I mean? No longer am I separated from the truth and from the evolution. Um, Love you, Sean, why these vast concepts, in terms of distance and time. So that's the way I look at it, man. But I'm with you. It's desperately depressing. It's such a lonely old track. But the way I reckon as well, TT, honestly, when I was immersed in science, I had 70 short years here, and that was it. There was nothing before, nothing after. Now I'm after gaining eternity. I don't know what came before. I don't know what came after, but I reckon I will find out. I reckon I'm here for a reason. I reckon we're all here for a reason. And if we follow the clues, maybe we can surmount. Do you know what I mean? Maybe there's a way. I mean, what is the ultimate goal here? When we think about the story of Jesus, when we think about eternal life, when we think about the Buddha, what's the ultimate goal here? To transcend the material, maybe? I don't know. To be not subject to a natural law of decomposition, etc. I don't know, man. I don't know. Uh, I don't know. That's the clue. This is what tells. Let me say this. This is what that there's so many clues, and look at all the symbolic media hoaxes as well that we were always meant to see through. There's so many clues set out that there's a script being played out, and depending on your reading of the script will depend on where you place yourself within the script. And let me just say as well, that's why the Bible literalists are put in place, because done away with the surety of science, done away with the 4.5 billion year old Earth, but now at least you have 7,000 years, or however many, 6,000 years, however many years it is, 5.5 thousand years, according to God. But you have that fixity, and at least you can rely on this, right? But no, What if that's not even true? Or what if both are true in a different sense? I see both as being true in the sense that, well, our own origins in this divided state, Earth and ourselves, is a very close origin, 422 years. But the actual, before that, the Earth is timeless. Time came into being in the big sense with the creation of the sun, which stems from, well, the cut tree, you know. So, yeah, that the script is written, who wrote it, I guess, and how far are you willing to follow it along your own path? And this is why I would just say as well, realize it more and more, man, that everyone is on their own individual pathway here. There's no sharing any of your shit with anyone because, you know, life experience and just a different exposure brings everyone, especially in these doubt-ridden times, these corona times. Yeah, everyone has their own thoughts on everything. But yeah, what do you reckon? What do you reckon that there is an ultimate hope? There is an ultimate resolution of the script, and the more you think about it as well, outside it's the creators outside of time, and time is an illusion. And I mentioned it there earlier on. One of Jesus' secret sayings from Gospel of Thomas is, "Once you find the end, there you will find the beginning." So big connection to Back to the Future as well with the '88, right, Adrian? You have so much to say about so many things, man. But I mean, you know, what do you think that this is all playing out? You think it's all playing out ultimately, but we're in. I think we're in the wrong time or the right time. Are we in the middle of something that we have no hope of figuring out because it's beyond our lifespan? Do you think that there is that hope?
Pete, I think it's a system of graduation and recognition,
Right.
recognizing.
Yeah.
I think we're in third grade right now.
I agree with you, man. what did they? What did they? What do you call it? What did the 12th graders? Is that the highest grade over there? What did the 12th graders know, right? Or what did the college graduates know beyond our third grade system of knowledge? Obviously, they know the truth is known. That the truth is known. When the likes of Nathan Oakley and crew talk about not knowing what the sun is or not knowing what lies beyond, well, do you not think that the controllers know what lies beyond? Or do you think that all the experiments, all of the manpower and then the money power over the years hasn't given special investigators the ability to figure out what the nature of our Earth is? For sure, but they never venture in that area. But yeah, I agree with you, man. We're children. We're children here. But that's in the greater, I guess life itself contains a certain sort of set of rules. And we are here ventured into it. And we have the ability to piece together clues laid down for us. This is why Mark Sargent came out with these clues, or Simon Jack, who solved 9/11, came out with his September clues, because is an ability to sort of, it's like a video game, TT. You know, as we're walking our way through the layers. But beyond that video game, there's a million other more advanced video games all the way up. So yeah, I agree with that estimation that we're even less than that, we're third graders. But is the truth within us? Are we reliant on others? I mean, I talked earlier on about a spiritual versus a physical battle. I mean, in terms of the spiritual arena, I think I could hold my own against. I don't know. I don't know. Do you know what I mean? I think I sort of hold my own more so than I can do on the physical level here, where there's if five guys sort of jump on top of you and beat the fuck out of you, there's nothing you can do. But on a spiritual level, yeah, where what is the true ammunition there, I guess. But yeah, is what it TT is that very core of our essence contained within us. You know, are we limited by this life, or can we transcend that and come to greater realization and greater sort of depths of appreciation of our core essence, which is maybe ultimately the spark of the divine? Is this what it's all about? Ultimately, a challenge. If we have all the time, let me conclude that thought. When I was a heliocentrist big banger, yeah, I had 70 short years. Now I have eternity. So how does life, or especially human life, fit in within the greater panorama, the greater aspera, I guess. Is that a good word? I'm not sure. But yeah, I say it has to be a tiny fraction, an almost infinitesimal, small fraction of my true nature or my true experience. To say as well, one of the key points, the Bible literalists, no, you had to come in existence when you were born, when the sperm met the egg, and now you have to prove yourself. That's a fixity. How do you know that's a fixity? Well, I never got a straight answer from anyone. They don't know that. How do you know it's a fixity? Yeah, I say it's not a fixity. I existed beforehand and I exist afterhand. So whatever I'm going through here is an experience, a pretty horrific experience, and some horrific possibilities that rest within our brain. One of the possibilities is what you're talking about, and you know, and it's all just a sort of deception within a deception, and ultimately life is futile. The only freedom is, um, via escape from this life, which, kindly enough, to be or not to be cold. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. But yeah, fuck it. I'm not running from that. That's why I find myself nowhere actually. TT, I don't know which direction to go in. I've been waiting for a conclusion, and fucking hell, how long will I wait though? We've been talking about the 21st of December. Uh, doing that all these years. Fucking hell.
Yeah, we live
Well,
in Midgard, Midrealm. It's a disaster zone. There's no other way to describe Midgard as a disaster zone.
but who created the disaster? And I mean, where do we fit into the greater embodiment of the powers that are? You know what I mean? You do believe in God, Adrian? As in, I'm not talking about the Jewish God in the sense, who is El. Very interesting. The choice of letters chosen. We're told that Satan is the ruler of this world. So could El be Satan? Possible, isn't it? But for me, again, God must have created the devil, and that's what I talked about when you write down God and the devil side by side, and you just reverse the D. You get the theta in the center, which is the one and the zero. But I mean, yeah, are we nothing in all of this? Are we sort of, I don't know, are we insignificant in the greater scheme of things? If you think about movies like Avengers, and you have all of these hierarchies established with the first of all the ordinary plebs, same with the Matrix, you have the ordinary plebs, and then you have the superior advanced power people, and then you have the greater forces again in the likes of Thanos, and well beyond that Kang, and there's always this hierarchy. Actually, I'm asking you, Adrian, where do you place yourself within a greater hierarchy? Or do you like to sort of go along, think along those lines?
I think very, very lowly of myself. But at the same time, I think we're in a situation like in a pot, a melting pot, and see what rises to the top and the bottom. Because God, male or female or both, they don't want to know everything. That would become quite boring.
So the
So they,
melting pot is for what purposes then? To stew, to stew, and what for the cream to rise to the top, to come to the realization that you are in the melting pot, and that there is a flow direction which is upwards or downwards. And actually, funny enough, TT, that reminds me of the creation of Adam on the Sistine Chapel roof, where if you look to the left as opposed to the right side, you see what in turn, well, the only thing you could describe it as is a melting pot being brewed on the right underneath Lord God. I'll have to look for the image, but is that what you mean? You're placed in the melting pot, but are you placed there from somewhere else, by somebody else, or have you placed yourself in the melting pot? Do you think that might be possible?
where I live, I was placed where I live. No doubt of any kind.
Where do you live?
I live where IBM was birthed. I'm like a Jack Russell Terrier, seeking out
Uh,
clues.
IBM. IB man. IBM. IB man. M for man. And middle ground, Midgard. What does the M represent? If we look at the M, capital M itself, TT, we have two arrows pointing upwards and one pointing downwards. So a 2-to-1 ratio, 2/3 to 1/3 in our favor. That's what I think, and that's where our heart is placed as well. 2/3 from the bottom, 1/3 from the top. Um, IBM, Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer too. And that was Hal. Remember Hal's dying song from 2001: A Space Odyssey, which was said to be the original IBM computer program creation. Or what was it? The first song an artificial sort of effort could present via the computer, which was Daisy Daisy, which is the final parting song from HAL 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Right.
Uh,
IBM is Hal.
so there we have the H and the A and the L as well. So you were placed there for what purposes then? To see through the eye, see through the IBM.
Oh, yeah. I live 2.37 miles away from the formation of IBM. 237 is the prime roots of 42. I tried to exit the zone, but I was turned away.
On what grounds?
A psychotic ex-husband of a mother from a previous life?
Well, there's certainly dramatic grounds. How do you defend yourself against that? What you call me?
Yeah.
So that side is on a specific latitude or a specific longitude according to globe Earth coordinates.
Yeah. It's 42 by 7.6.
Which again 7/6 is 42. So um, it's a distance. Ultimately, it turns out to be a distance or a certain fixed relationship between the certain point, longitudinal point, or latitudinal point, slash longitudinal point, and ultimately the North Center. Are you on board the general? Um, well, actually, I mean, where are you in regard? Are you a flat earther, Adrian?
Yeah. Water rests level in its basin.
So what is Earth then? I mean, when it comes, see, flat Earth is a psyop because flat is an adjective. Ball Earth has been described completely, right, in terms of the spherical mass with its molten iron core, etc. All its origins have been described completely. So this is our view of Earth that we have to sort of replace. So when we say Earth is flat, this is the psyop aspect of it. We haven't defined what Earth is. You see, we've just given an adjective um, in place of, well, it's not in place of, but it's sort of to cover up, well, the real question, which is what is Earth itself? If Earth is flat, this is where, of course, look, again, and I was talking to Tim Osman, which is IPS, on his own Discord recently. Great chat, absolutely epic chat, epic chat. And I know Tim Osman is playing his part, just like Bro Sanchez is playing his part. But yeah, he came on the scene with infinite plane, right? So this is the ultimate extension of flatness. Right? So Earth is flat. Yes, it goes on forever. Prove me wrong. He hasn't changed his position since then. But it doesn't shed any light on what Earth may actually be. And as you know, I'm sure you know, I say we live on the stump of the tree of life, and there's something else going on beneath. But yeah, you know, have you any? What is Earth, Adrian? That's what I would ask you then. What is your picture? If you were to draw a picture of Earth, what picture might you paint?
Pete, I think Earth is a toroidal field or a donut shaped object.
Okay, okay. So are we on the top of it, or are we? Is there bottom to the top as well, which what a toroidal donut shaped object would apply? Where are we
I,
in relation to the greater structure?
I think we're in the middle of a donut on some flat Earth.
In the middle of it, in the middle of a donut. Is that a traditional donut with a hole in the center? You think we're at the hole at the center?
Right, like Krispy Kreme or Dunkin' Donuts.
Hmm.
Krispy Kreme is 1111, Dunkin' Donuts is 44.
Right. Well, I agree with you in a sense, but I say that hole in the center is reserved for the north center. We cut that donut in half, right? We're on the top, along the outside, underneath the outside rim. So I agree with you in that sense, but I say that there's an underside to it as well. So we're at a certain aspect, although that's not quite well. The way I view it now, TT eyeballer. So place an eyeball on the table. We're living on the flat iris surface of it. That's been cut because if the tree wasn't cut, then you'd have two eyeballs, which would make an eight, right? But the tree's been cut at the top, and the barrier is collapsed. That's the best way I can reckon it. But I think we're not too far off. But then again, could be a million miles off, right? It could be. That sounds like the Vedic. I'm interested in the Vedic cosmology. Have you looked into that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I don't like the distances. I don't like the dimensions given as well. TT. I don't see if you don't come to a flat Earth realization, then can't consider there's no such thing as fucking trillions of miles. Fuck it, that leads down to different pathways as well. Like you say, we're third graders. The best I can do is try and wrap my mind around, well, the Earth that I experience, right? And whatever lies beyond, I say it has to be waters. It has to be waters. When the barrier collapsed, we had the inundation of the waters. But because I hold that it's all a construct and we are of greater nature, um, I don't like to delve too much beyond what's beyond the waters. In one sense, I think who cut the tree? Maybe it was an invading force from a different bubble, light years away, in a certain direction. That could be true. Could all be true. I don't know that. That just can't wrap my brain around it. And well, I didn't come to Aristarchus or the dodo for no reason. So these ultimate symbols paint a certain picture that was meant to be painted. So do you know what I mean? I don't like to go that direction because anything becomes possible then. And how much can you know as opposed to how much there is to be known? I think if we were to know everything, we couldn't handle it. This is what it means to be in this union limited form. And I think we're being sort of woken up to possibilities as well. Our minds are expanding. We're being prepared for a greater encompassment. I think this is what the Mandela effect is serving as well. It's to get us to question reality, guess question the basis of our certain knowledge, only for the greater revelation that, well, lads, your life has been a lie. It was said within the word, life is if hell or I fell. I fell from where? Well, fallen angels fell as well. I mentioned the lyrics to Raglan Road. I'll read them again, TT. On a quiet street where old ghosts meet, I see her walking now, away from me so hurriedly my reason must allow that I have loved not as I should, a creature made of clay. When the angel woos the clay, he'd lose his wings at the dawn of day. So these sort of connections being made between, I guess, a greater immaterial nature and our fallen state or loss in a sense, coming into this and this realm, being tempted by what? I don't know. It points at a woman here. It points at the female, and of course we can all relate to that. But who drove us to this state? That's the ultimate question. I have to say, imagine we spend our life in what you talked about. Imagine we have it turned on our side to be unified. You're going to take a venture into life, aren't you, to see what it's like to be divided and test yourself. So yeah, I sort of look at it in a better frame of mind. Um, Otherwise, fucking hell, man. How can you make any sense of it? And look, with YouTube, look at all the number of sort of ghost encounters that have been captured over the years. You know, there's a different reality in play, and I guess the world of possibilities that lies within our potential greater existence. We are not able or in a position to cope with it from this particular limited perspective because that's the way it's scripted. But we're always meant to make our way through up Jacob's ladder, and well, to come to the greater realizations, and then we'll be in a better position to be able to handle what life, the universe, and everything. Which, of course, the ultimate solution is 42. The ultimate answer to the ultimate question of life, universe, and everything is 42. And that's for a reason. And there you find yourself on what is it, the 42nd parallel at the home of IBM? 2.37 miles away. That's mad.
Yeah, that's the clock tower, IBM.
Hmm.
But I
So where?
follow
Yeah, go on.
I follow Tiamat. She's the glistening one.
Okay.
Primordial waters.
Yeah.
And Tiamat can be arranged into to IMTT. She feeds me
Um,
information.
Fuck off. And do you know what? That just immediately reminded me of something I was thinking about the other night. Tahiti. Tahiti. So you said just with Tia. What do you call it? Tia.
Tiamat, she's the glistening one. Primordial waters, the saline waters.
Hmm. When you say listen to Tiamat, what do you think information comes or inspiration comes through the? Because remember, it's water. Water's everywhere, right? So it has to be water. We breathe water. How are you going to separate the air from the water that you're in the midst of? So, and I say, TT, the energized environment separates the waters beyond. So, Tiamat, in a sense, we are existing upon. We're breathing. But do you get any direct instruction or inspiration from what's it from the air or from this pervading force? I guess.
Yes.
Excellent, man. Excellent. And what has he or she or it told you that all is hopeless? Just hang up your boots and do what? What's our options here? Come on, Adrian. 5 years. What's our options here at this late stage? I tell you, I have two options. I have a few options, but I'm not in correspondence with any greater power like that. Even though I am in a sense, I know the signs everywhere and I get signs all the time. But what's our options here? What's our options here? I tell you, speaking bluntly and plainly, one option is to end it all, to go to find a peaceful way out, and to just really gather spirit and strength to be able to cope with what I'm in preparation for. And I do that. Or well, what's the other option? Well, I have to say that if the end is nigh, right, and I have called a finishing point in this, and yeah, if everything just continues as it is, which is okay, some truth will be revealed, but then there's a different, it's just another layer within it. Well, then I have a different mission in life, and I have to figure out what that is. I mentioned earlier on, one of the possible missions is well, making my way to the North Center underneath the ground, going to Mauritius. It has to be Mauritius, the home of the dodo. Dodo never existed, so it was placed as being originated at Mauritius for a very specific reason. And did you know that there's pyramids in Mauritius, Adrian? Um, if you don't know about that, look it up. And it's very sort of quiet, not much spoken about. I think Mauritius holds a lot of keys, and ultimately, my thought is that there's just a passageway to go underneath, get on a train, and fuck off underneath, underneath the ground, up to the north centre, underneath the barrier. Because if you went from here to Ireland, from Ireland to the north centre, you meet a barrier eventually. So that's another possible mission. And then another mission is look, live out my life as best as I can. Maybe make some money not to have to worry about that, and accept that creator or the greater power has a different plan in place for me and this greater world. But what are the options for you, Adrian? Where do you see life after 2020? Let's say you said 5 years ago we met first. Is it that long? That's unbelievable. But let's say 2025. Where do you see yourself? Possibly.
I have a fascination for Eden, where there's no violence, and anyone that
Right,
causes violence gets kicked out.
right. That's the North, man. That's me as well. Eden. I say with this is what I'm saying is the last straw for me. With this green hue in the sky, this consistent new aspect to the sky, with all my thinking in terms of Aristarchus being repaired, right, and the directed energy weapons upwards from all the steel structured towers, CERN, chemtrails, harps, etc. Yeah, they're reinflating the barrier. This is Eden coming to us, right? And we are promised reunification with Eden after the 5.5 days, 1,000 years are passed. And this is what I say we're in the midst of. And this is what Corona represents. Corona being the light of heaven, see the light of heaven, coronation, the royalty process, us getting back to our true recognition, true realization. And that's what I see as well, Eden. Uh, and yeah, if that doesn't come to pass on this side, then I have to make my way to Eden. That's what I'm talking about. Getting to Mauritius, finding a pathway under. Martin Leakey talks about starports, and there are many different clues written around. What do you call that? In the Himalayas, what do you call that? It's the utopia within the Himalayas. I can't think of the word now. Xanadu, Xanadu. All of these sort of things, I think, reference the same idea, which is a tunnel system underground, which lead ultimately to the north center. We can sort of make our way underneath the barrier, get to Eden. So that's what I think, man. But yeah, that's what I'm holding out on. That Eden has come to us with the green light in the sky. Have you noticed it at all in your local sky? Have you, anyone? Nathan Oakley told me he noticed the green sky, and he pointed out to his daughter at night time, and it's just been consistent. At Christmas night, it was very significant. So that's what I'm holding out for. Eden coming to us. Uh, do you think that's crazy, man? I'm talking about now in real time. So I can't even wait another day, another minute to find out. I mean, I don't even know what's going on with Trump and all. I don't know what's going on with geopolitics and in the states. I noticed something. I mentioned earlier on the guy across the road was talking about how Trump has been wronged here, and he has the ability to call martial law because there's so many voting anomalies. But yeah, what do you take any of that on board? Are you paying attention to any of that, Adrian, and how it might fit into the greater unraveling here with Trump and of course Biff Tannen from Back to the Future, much associated. Is Trump? Let me just say this: I predicted that Joe Biden would get in under controversial circumstances, and Trump then would fight the noble fight, and come back in a blaze of glory, if you want. Why I believe Joe Biden would win is because on the opposite side of the pond, you have the Prime Minister, right, which is Boris Johnson, which is BJ. So BJ and JB, would stand to reason that, especially in these times, that you have this sort of mirroring and amalgamation. The J itself then it comes into great significance. What does the letter J represent? And the greatest symbol within Christianity begins with the word, begins with the J, Jesus, right? But yeah, I predicted that might happen, and Trump would then come back in a blaze of glory. What do you think yourself? I know you've been following the Back to the Future Trump relationship very closely. What's in store for us regarding Trump? And I asked that as well. I don't know what's happening. I don't pay any attention to any news anymore. I don't know what's happening on the American, what do you call it, front, political front.
Yeah, I've been following things here, unfortunately. But anyways, "Blaze of Glory" was a song by Bon Jovi,
Okay.
BJ.
Okay. Okay, very good. And of course, a BJ as well is a sexual term. Very interesting, isn't it? Mm. And a sexual BJ, well, ultimately it involves the ejaculation of the tar, which is the seminal fluid. So I think that's why it's called a blowjob. Well, you're only after blowing something so valuable, so imbued on physical, what is it, lascivious, lascivious, that's it, lascivious. I think they're two different words anyway, lascivious, okay, lascivious motivations, right? So that's interesting now, Bon Jovi, A Blaze of Glory. But I think
Oh
Trump
yeah.
is written in for that, is he? You know, with the angels and the trumpets, etc. What do you think is in store? Um, I asked you before, Adrian, was there any predictive abilities when it comes to understanding the significance of pi? I think it's very must be very difficult. I agree with you. I think in a greater sense, and everything has to be contained within pi because it is that greater representation of the greater uh, well, what would you call it? The greater birthing into reality, what we call reality, the simulation, if you want, of the power behind, the immaterial force behind. But yeah, what do you think? What's in store for Trump? Is his day ultimately done, or is there more to be had from him?
Well, Trump walled himself in on election eve, and there's also the 20-year code for presidents not doing so well every 20 years, going back to 1840.
Okay.
But if you look at John F. Kennedy, LBJ, BJ took over after John.
Very good.
But it's written every direction, like camel toe Harris, and Bush.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And they put the V between the two presidents' name, and everyone knows what V means. So yeah, everything in the presidential election is sexual.
What do you say everyone knows what B means? Are you one? Just the way I know, I think I know. What does V mean? Vagina, is it?
Yeah, the V is the vagina,
Yeah, okay. Just wondering, just to be sure.
and the vagina is the flux capacitor or time travel mechanism, which we all pass through.
The vagina is the wormhole, TT.
And the wormhole is Artemis or the moon.
Ah, that's why you have the feminine moon, the womb, man, the moon of man. Why is woman so named? We have man, woman is torn from man, then we have the W, the womb of man. So when we look at our own aspects, um, I can't vouch for you, TT. You could be you could be a tranny. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anymore. Patricia Steer is a tranny, and I love her, but I mean not in that way. But it doesn't matter anymore. I think, yeah, when we look at it, when I look at my male parts, they're torn out of something. So when I put the male and the female together, the womb is the lacking is the space to well the male solidity. So it's only with the two combined that we can come to the one. And yeah, I think all of these, I do really, I try to simplify it. I definitely do, and I know it's so intricate as well. But all of these Greek gods, all of these, ancient Egyptian gods, all storytelling, all apply to the same thing, which is ultimately our reality. First of all, the external reality, and more significantly, the internal reality, which reflects the external reality. But because we are greater, we are immaterial, we are beyond life, as we know it. Um, and we have ventured into this, but then the clues were put in place for us to make our way along. And this is what we've been doing. I guess ultimately it's about where you end up as the individual. And you know more than anyone else, Adrian, you're on a solitary path. And I know I'm on a solitary path, but occasionally solitary paths, well, intersect and sort of run along similar lines. And, you know, who knows? Ultimately, are we all destined for the same point, the same 0 point, the same destination? I should think so, but mm, I am by no means certain. I cannot swear by anything. All I've ever been here is just a man on a YouTube channel speaking my mind, speaking my thoughts. Early days, more especially following a certain pathway. But even now, I mean, there's so many things I could talk about. I end up not talking about anything, but in a different sense, I end up sort of encapsulating everything in the vague talk I sort of go through. But yeah, I mean, interesting. But yeah, what do you think? What's the culmination of it then? Do you think it's all pre-scripted? What do you think of a 422-year old? What do you think of the dodo, first of all, Adrian? Yeah, I know you're on board Dodo and you see a greater significance to it, but there's not many people who pick up on any of these things, right? But what do you think? What do you think the 1598 origin to the dodo, or when it was discovered, signifies? You know what I say? That's the beginning of the divided state of Earth or behind it. And I mentioned Nico Haupt earlier on and his tome of work, 1649. I'm sure there's no original source material to be found predating that. And him then being a greater actor put in place as the original no planer on 9/11. So what do you think about yeah that sort of level of origin in terms of years? You know that very close 420 again 420, it might as well be 4 million years to me. I'm only 48 years here, so but 422 years as the story goes. What do you think, as the story of the non-existent dodo goes, or more especially as I sort of piece the story together? What do you think as a possibility anyway?
Yeah, I think this simulation's been running. The Jesus simulation's been running 400 to 500 years. I'm going with 501 years because Da Vinci died 501 years ago,
Okay.
and I'm pretty sure Da Vinci is connected with IBM. Da Vinci, the designer, the architect.
Right, right. Excellent. Well, that's not fucking too far off. I'm not going to quibble with you on that. You know, where I'm getting my information. But I mean, if it's 501 years as opposed to 422, it still changes everything. You know what I mean? It changes the whole nature of us and our experience here. And especially now, where we have access to all this information. This is why this time is not like any other time, as far as we know, anyway. Whereas, how far can we go back and trust history? Not very far, I should think. And maybe this sort of situation has reoccurred again and again. But now we know for certain, especially in the last 20 years, Adrian, look we have libraries at our fingertips. And all this information has been made available to us for specific reasons, but I'm okay with that. So 501 would bring us back to four. I know how Leonardo da Vinci didn't exist, so it's the same hidden hand that's, presenting everything. But 501, just by quick math, would bring us back to 1519. Am I right? 1519 as it, no, that's wrong. 1419. Is that right? No, 1519. Yeah, 1519. Oh, yes, that's right. 1519 as an origin date. And then I say, well, the Dodo says 1598 discovery. That's okay. I mean, well, what's that? That's the date of Da Vinci's death? Okay, that's very interesting, man. That's very interesting. The listed date of his death. Okay, so what came before that, man? What do you reckon? Did Da Vinci exist?
That's a tough question.
You see, this is my point, Adrian. Nico Haupt would have come across original, especially all of the Da Vinci's sort of secret drawings and, inspired drawings in a sense. Nico Haupt would have definitely come across original source material dating from pre 1649ish if it was associated with Leonardo da Vinci because there's so much material that would have been available seemingly over the past. You know what I mean? So because he hasn't done that, and because he's an actor on the stage as well, and I'm vouching for him in any sense, I'm just in my own simple mind saying, well, no, he's a clue giver. So we sort of got to make our way through. But yeah, he doesn't go back that far. And he has a vast tome of work. He's a big Delqua, a fellow Irishman here, who sort of suddenly departed the scene. He had the work that, and it's a massive, massive body of work and a detailed whatever. I haven't. It's so, and again, if you look up 1649ish on YouTube, or you get a general idea of what he's about, but it's just presented in a very confusing manner, and the language differentiation is all in German as well. So I think this is purposefully done. I think the deeper the layers, right, they're not going to make it so easy, but they are going to make it easier if you've made your way through the layers, if you know what I mean by that. So yeah, 1501. I'm okay with that though, man. The ultimate point I mentioned, or what I wanted to bring to bear, was this recent origin to what we call, a resistance here. And yeah, it's not a new thought, is it? And it's fascinating. It's a fascinating consideration. It's a fascinating consideration because, again, what do we have to compare it to? When we believe science, you had millions, billions of years on your side. Uh, when you even believe the Bible, in your shaky times, when you had thousands of years on your side, now what's that? 500 years, 422 years. That fucking changes everything again and mixes it all up again. But yeah, I don't think he existed. Leonardo da Vinci existed, man. But even if he did, yeah, what is that? Where did he come from? Where did he come from? And what was beforehand? You know what I mean? These are different questions then. And you know, can we make any inroads into answering them?
Yeah, I think so. Da
Okay.
Vinci was from Rome,
Okay.
and IBM is from Broome County, and within Broome County contains Rome.
Okay.
IBM was birthed in Broome County. They are the number one computer entity in this realm.
Right. And they're the original computer entity, right?
Well, the first computer was ENIAC
ENIAC.
or Enoch, built in Philadelphia, but it was deployed on the same river that IBM was birthed on. IBM uh, IBM hides its trail, we'll say.
Right.
IBM is the computer company in this realm, and they're patriarchal.
Hmm. What year were they established?
1911
Ah, ah,
on a 616.
yes, yes, yes. And I've been talking it well about 1611. When I say the hidden hand or whatever, the works of Shakespeare, Bible was all written. So a few scant years after 1598. So that's very interesting. And yeah, well, we don't have to go far to see the 911 encoded. And also that's interesting with the 6 and the 9 being inversions of one another. I talked about the to be or not to be. When you bring a B and reverse B together, you get 818. So to go on the downwards, the V trajectory, the vagina way. If you go the vagina way, you're fucked. You're going into the heart of the material. This is where the Mother Earth, right? So this is where the birthing center, BIRTH. That's right, by the way. But yeah, if you go upwards, and you get the 919. So that equivalence between the 9 and the 6, yeah, man. I didn't. Is it that far back? IBM. I guess they were this days before computers. When was the first computer developed? I mean, w-
ENIAC was the first computer developed
yeah. What? When was that?
in the 50s,
Yeah. Okay.
and they were
And
the
but I.
first.
Yeah.
They were the first to compute pi beyond with a computer device. They went out to like 50,000 digits, and then
Oh,
IBM
definitely.
immediately took
Yeah.
over, and then
Okay.
Hitachi took over out into the
Hmm.
trillions.
What's the mechanism by which do you know what the mechanism is by which a computer calculates pi to that level of precision? What do you know offhand? I mean, polygons, isn't it? It's the greater number
Yeah,
of, yeah,
greater polygons, smaller inscribes.
right, right, yeah. Well, and when you think of a polygon, well, that's, that involves drawing a line from the center of the circle to their circumference and having a minimal gap, right, as minimal as possible between the next line from the center to the circumference, and drawing those two connecting points where they meet. And it's sort of using differential equations, right? So that's our integration, that sort of method. So the more the number of lines ultimately that you can extend from the center of the circle, the greater the grasp you can get on the area encompassed by these square line, what do you call it, confine. Is that the idea generally?
Yes.
Right. Okay. It's yeah, yeah. As I mentioned the yo-yo thing earlier on, and the zero center point, which I associate with Aristarchus, or I do associate with Aristarchus, and its core emanating from, well, it creates the toroid, right? It creates the toroid. I just see a half toroid on top, though. I see the tree intact with the other side. But yeah, um, it was a greater script being played out, certainly, and all of these different associations that you're making, man, and all of the different associations to be made, they're not incidental. After a certain point, you move beyond coincidence theory, and you try and place a greater significance, or you try and understand a greater significance within greater tale that's been written. But it's a fascinating tale. I'll continue to think about pi. And there's no escaping it, man. And I'm on. What's your quest then? What do you reckon your quest is to be placed so near the epicenter, Adrian?
Oh
I
yeah, I'm
mean,
at the epicenter.
yeah,
The entire Mormon religion is based upon the apparition of the angel Moroni to Joseph Smith. That was
right.
20 miles away from here.
So that was so. I mean, well, I was going to be skeptical about that story, but it was within the script. It was placed um, at that significant point, and it has to be right. You know, if we think about the greatest movie in history, 2001: Space Odyssey, IBM plays such a significant role. If you think about the age we're in right now, the computer age, and IBM is placed front and center, so that this character might and his findings. I mean, there's another fantastical story to his Joseph Smith, isn't it? And how he found the golden tablets. I think it's not meant to be taken literally, of course, but yeah, that is placed so close to the epicenter that you find yourself living at and immersed in. That's fascinating, man. Where do you think it leads you? What are you? What question are you working on at the minute? What big question are you trying to sort of piece together? Remember, I asked you about predictive programming from understanding this relationship with everything that's unfolding in relation to, especially all the numerology associated within the fake media stories and the relationship between the numbers and their positioning within pi. Where, are you hoping to gather some predictive abilities with it, or where do you see the path leading, the TT?
Well, Pete, right now I'm following what the clues IBM left down and all computing devices. In other words, the computer was the ENIAC or Enoch, the Book of Enoch, that was deployed on the same river that the Angel Moroni appeared and IBM was birthed.
Hmm.
So IBM is written in Revelation 4:4. They're the 4 and 20 elders. Ra, the sun god Ra, is IBM, the leader of IBM. They made a film in this town that had to be filmed here. Ha ha ha. And it was about Ra, the sun god, the Egyptian sun god, computer god. Black Sabbath had an album, Computer God. So I'm following whatever IBM left down, and now they just dropped a whole bunch of new clues with the battery factory, meant to compete with Tesla's batteries.
Hmm. You know, um, it brings to mind the Matrix, batteries, and also Enoch. Mark Sargent was a big promoter, and he talked a lot about reading or going over the Book of Enoch and the Book of Jasher. As I remember from Mark Sargent, and it's probably via that clue that I listened to, and I'm listening to the Book of Enoch recently as well, and I sort of fall asleep to it, so I have to go over it again. But I think he had deeper layers to the greater story in play, and our ability to come towards the greater unraveling of it, possibly. If it's all assimilation generated by computer power, in a sense, sort of ties in with the Matrix and what that's been presented. With I mentioned Matrix Explained as his latest YouTube video, which goes really into the deeper depths of decoding the Matrix. Ultimately, where does that lead us? I am of the conclusion, and I'm going to finish it up fairly shortly now, if that's okay, Adrian. But I ultimately think, well, ultimately it comes back to our greater being, and all of these clues will point us ultimately, inexorably, um, towards towards a greater understanding. So, what else can you do but follow the clues? There's no sharing in a big way what you find with other people, is there? Because you spend so much time along a certain path. I'm speaking as an individual, especially to you, Adrian. You spend so much time along a certain pathway that it would be so difficult for anyone just to jump in and sort of connect and get what you were saying down a certain point. but because you set your own quest and your own goal and your own determination, well, I think you got to follow it to fruition, my friend. And always keep the hope in your heart. That's what I would say. Until there's no hope left, and then you know for certain when there's no hope left. And I'm certainly not at the point of no hope. Uh, yeah, sorry about the alarm going off in the background, but I'm certainly not at the point of no hope. But I get where you're coming from, my friend. I get where you're coming from, and you're welcome on here anytime, man, to have a deeper conversation. Maybe we could start off at a more shallower level. And you already mentioned your flat earth, of course, and we went on to talk about editorial earth. Yeah, but we haven't spoken one on one. So yeah, maybe next time or whenever. I just, as you know, I have no structure. I'm a terrible researcher. I don't know what area to focus on at this stage. I don't know. I try to simplify everything, but I don't. You know what I mean? In a sense, I'm lost. But in another sense, I certainly found out a lot of stuff. I have, and it's only by reading the clues and following the clues, which is what you're doing yourself as well. And ultimately, the pathway we're on is an individual pathway, but as I say, maybe all roads lead to one divergent point. What do you think, Adrian?
I'm with you, my Irish friend.
Excellent, excellent. I appreciate all your messages as well, and a lot of them I read them, and I don't embrace them in a sense because it's sort of on a different pathway. But I do appreciate it. I do appreciate your passion that you have on your quest. And I do think all will be revealed. Carl Sagan described pi as a number of God in one of his short stories slash novelettes. And this is very significant as well. It gets to the very heart and essence and core of our being, especially in this I would say translated form. This is not the true me. This is the shell. This is the mechanical, the machine-like shell, right, which is being driven by the ultimate essence. And yeah, that's what I try to do anyway. TT is just simplify everything, and whatever comes to me for consideration. And I think many people are listening here, three or four. It doesn't matter, right? But yeah, we are who we are, and hopefully all our paths will diverge, and there's a wondrous future to be. Oh, it's a wondrous future, and just right around the corner for us. And it's all part of the greater, well, changing of ages as well into Aquarius. And I think this is what Jupiter overshadowing Saturn represented as well. This pi contained, the cube itself representing the three-dimensional extension of the one. This is Saturn, and it has certain qualities attached to it. And Jupiter then has differing qualities attached to it. And this overtaking represents this conjunction on 21st of December represents this changing of an era. Now, let me just say as well, I still hold that just, 420, 2020 was the beginning of the new era. And now we're in the sort of transitionary point. So much has changed this year as well. I think certain things won't sort of be recorded until after the fact, as we look back in it. But yeah, that's another significant date, and that's where I'm at, man. That's my optimism that according to the script, we've changed the era after coming out of a dark age, a dark experience, a dark era, a dark epoch. Enoch is a very interesting word as well. I have to give you more feedback. So many things I could give feedback on, but I'd have to gather my thoughts as well. But even the name itself is very significant. I talk about heaven and what did I mention? I mentioned another word with En earlier on. Oh yeah, Avengers and Raven. A raven being Odin had a raven on each shoulder. A raven being a psychopath, and the psychopath is the guide, the spirit guide after you depart the physical body. But yeah, Enoch itself, Enoch, with the word Christ, Christ. So this equation has been made, and I think it's all significant. And I'm going to hereafter remind me now just to go back, and because the Book of Enoch is about 4 hours to listen to, and yeah, I hold that they're all true, TT. I hold the Bible is true. I hold everything is true. It's just in the different contexts we have to hear it with. So listen, on that note, man, it's been excellent to talk to you. I'm not going to leave with a parting song, but I would say thank you very much for joining, and yeah, keep going with the messages in chat. I'll have a deeper look into IBM. I have more things to say about Stanley Kubrick's 2001: Space Odyssey and how Aristarchus features as well. It does. When Dave Bowman comes out of um, this sort of what do you call it? The trans. He goes through the time warp. But when he comes out of it, a certain landscape is presented, and immediately when I saw it, and I already connected it with the monolith being found by the apes in a little crater on Earth. I was really connected and had Aristarchus in mind. But when he comes out of that interdimensional leap with all the colors, etc., immediately he sort of lands himself on a moon-like structure environment, or a scenario. And immediately when I saw that, after I became aware of Aristarchus, that's exactly what I saw. But I have a lot more to say about that. And also, I've said it many times, Stanley Kubrick placed the moon base on Crater Clavius, I say, for very specific reasons, oracularly for us. And Crater Clavius, as far as in terms of my limited research, it seems to me to be the most obvious example that when we look at the moon, or a moon crater, we are looking at a reflective and mirror-like expression. And I showed the spiral and pattern of all of the different craters before. So yeah, I have a lot more to say about that. And also, yeah, this is where one-on-one conversation comes into it as well. You exchanging an idea with me, and something occurring to me then based on that exchange, and vice versa as well. So yeah, on that note, man, I'm gonna say thanks very much again, Adrian, and yeah, I'd have a drink with you anytime, my friend, and that would be a great conversation, wouldn't it? And listen, anytime you want to have a chat, let me know in the chat, and I'll send you the link straight away, and we can go back to maybe a more basic level, more you know, anyone who's listening might be lost completely by our talk, which is fair enough. But yeah, I really appreciate it, Adrian. And listen, until the next time, I'll say goodnight to you, and I'll say goodnight to everyone as well. So, cheers, Adrian. And if unless you've got, do you want anything to say there, Adrian, before we go? And feel free, please.
No, peace out, brother.
Excellent, excellent. Okay. Well, before we go, let me read Mick Plop II's parting comment. He says, fuck the government and the blue pill, he, she, cook normies. Fuck the government and the blue pill, he, she, cook normies. Fuck the government and the blue pill, he, she, cook normies. Well, he's passionate, isn't he, Adrian? So on that note of high passion, um, well, take it easy, my friends. Thanks for tuning in. Love to all, and I love you, Steve. So, good night, friends.